Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the shearing here at the Royal Ulster for our third day of competitions. We've got a full competition program today, seniors and blades and ladies. So it's going to be a big day. So if you can be ready to go, we have 5 heats, I believe, of the seniors. Heat number 1 will be Matthew Chambers, Clay Harris, Andrew Davidson, Alice Watson, Jason McNeese. Heat 2, Kieran Travers, Ryan Adams, Alex Butler, Ronald Kennedy, Andrew Ray. Heat 3, Ryan McLean, Sam McConnell, Aaron McGee, Kenneth McLeod, Sean McCollum. Heat number 4, Russell Smith, Philip Christian, Ben Scott, Henry Metcalf, Carol Devaney. And Heat 5 will be Ian Wilson, James O'Reilly, Mark Lytle, Ellis Rees, and Robert Douglas. So if you could be ready to go, shearers, we will be starting very shortly. I'm sure I'll be given a list of the judges, where the judges are going to be. And then we will be underway. We'll get our judges. They just had their cup of tea. John Murphy's been shouting at me to get going, so we're going to get underway. So if the judges could make their way to the boards. The judges for the seniors will be Adrian Caldwell on 6, Richard Schofield 5, Tom Perry on 4, Finn Butler on 3, Peter Webber on 2, Colin Crowe on 1, Ian Montgomery will be the spare judge, and judging out the back will be John Davis and Alan Crockett. So if the judges, if they could be ready to go, please, we'll get going in about a minute's time. And then we'll be underway with the senior heats. If the last heat could go and tip up sheep out the back before they disappear through the door. The last heat. Could we have Robert Douglas, Ellis Rees, Mark Lytle, James O'Reilly, Ian Wilson to tip up sheep out the back. And Dewi Jones, if you're around, you can go as well. It'll work off the hangover. So tipping up sheep out the back will be Ian Wilson, James O'Reilly, Mark Lytle, Ellis Rees, Robert Douglas. Okay then, judges. Could we have the judges to the boards, please? Judges to the boards. Adrian Caldwell on 6, Richard Schofield 5, Tom Perry 4, Finn Butler 3, Peter Webber 2, Colin Crowe on 1, Ian Montgomery will be the spare judge. Okay, Willie Jones is on a mean mood this morning, so the last heat, you have got to go and tip up sheep out the back. Ian Wilson, James O'Reilly, Mark Lytle, Ellis Rees, Robert Douglas. You will be tipping up sheep out the back, otherwise you will be penalised. Unless you can find a replacement. Okay, then our judges are in position, nearly. So could we have the shearers to the board then? George Graham is around as well. So we've got a good lineup from the very, very start. There's a real cracking lineup. Matthew Chambers there on stand number 1. Clay Harris, a man who's had a cracking season in New Zealand, won the New Zealand Shearing Championships, Golden Shears Championships. So he's going to be put the pressure on today. Then we've got Andrew Davidson on stand number 3. Alice Watson on stand number 4. Jason McNeice on stand number 5. So the man there on 2 collecting the titles. He'll be looking to collect the Royal Ulster. Right, penmen, could I have the penmen's attention? Just be very careful on the lifting of sheep, because the judges will be penalising you. So there is to be no lifting of sheep in the pens. You have been warned, and the judges will be penalising you. And shearers, just for shearers' attention, when you come off, you'll come off past stand number 6 and you will go straight down the back to tip up sheep. That is the law according to Brian Murphy. Right, so we're waiting for the thumbs up. The thumb goes up. I'm sure George Graham will be on the way with his microphone. Okay then, shearers, on your doors. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, shearers go. So this is the first of 5 heats in this, the senior championship. The belly wool will come off all the way along the line. They will be shearing 4 sheep in these heats. Into the back leg they go all the way together then. Who's going to be the first to show a little bit of magic? Matthew Chambers, we saw him shearing yesterday in that national. Clay Harris from New Zealand won the New Zealand title and the Golden Shears title on stand number 2. Andrew Davidson, the local man, on stand number 3. Alice Watson, we've seen her around the shows, on stand number 4. And Jason McNeice up here on stand number 5. So long blow time along the boards. The first to step over is Jason McNeice. Big sweeping blows going in from Jason. Clay Harris steps over. Matthew Chambers will step over. Andrew Davidson about to step over. Alice Watson dropping down to that shoulder. And into the long blows goes the young lady there on stand number 4. But already turn for home. Our stands 5, 2, 1. They're all coming down this last side. Jason McNeice keeping that comb flowing. Clay Harris, he looks like he's bang on form as well. He's around the top of the tail. Into the pen runs Jason McNeice. Clay Harris right on his tail. And in they go for sheep number 2 there, George.
Yes, number 2 out on the board now on stands 2 and 5 and away to go. We're looking at Matthew there out the back leg. He sends that away down the porthole and he will be out with sheep number 2. Keep those numbers right, penmen, please. Keep those numbers right. Andrew Davison. Andrew comes out with his second sheep on the board. Clay Harris there on the line on stand number 2. It's Alison Watson. Alice comes out, who's seen her competing last Sunday as well. She's out here on stand number 4. Keep those numbers, Mr. McGee, if you could keep those numbers right, please. And with Jason McNeese now, he's already up around the back of the head, dropping down into the first shoulder on sheep number 2. Beautiful shearing sheep here this morning. Andrew Davison, Alice, Clay on stand number 2, he's down in the long low. Matcha goes up the neck there on stand number 1. And the way to go now, some very, very good shearing here. Good shearers, plenty of experience. It's Allison steps up the neck there now on stand number 4, but it's already Jason McNeese. Gets the turn, down to the shoulder, and down the last side he comes there on his second sheep. Doing a quality job there on stand number 5. Clay Harris out the back leg there. He's right back with him now as well. So very little between these two competitors on stands 2 and 5. And it's Jason McNeese gets the drop. Just a blow or two ahead of Clay Harris. And out to come with number 3, Hugh.
Yeah, so the third sheep coming out onto the boards now then. Jason McNeese, the Northern Ireland shearer. Off comes the belly wool for him. Clay Harris from the King Country in New Zealand. He'll have learnt a lot of tricks off Alan McDonald, and into the back leg he goes there on stand number 2. Andrew Davidson down the last side. Alice Watson is coming down the last side. Matthew Chambers down the last side. But already stepping up the neck then, Clay Harris, all the way from New Zealand. Round into that front shoulder. Jason McNeese chasing his tail there. Round in, make sure that sheep goes down. She got her shoulders in there, but her backside didn't go. So the judges looking at it from every direction. But already then stepping over on the long blows, hitting the form now. Clay Harris from New Zealand has got to the turn. He cleans off the cheek and down the last side. Round that shoulder comes Clay Harris. Round underneath the front leg. Jason McNeese is still chasing hard. Clay Harris has got a little bit of a wriggler there on stand number 2. That's allowed Jason to come back to him. Round underneath the front leg they come. Now down to the hind leg. Still blow for blow on stands 2 and 5. Round that back leg they come. Who's going to be the first into the pen? It's the Kiwi this time. Clay Harris goes into the pen for his 4th and final sheep, George.
Yes, he's out there now. Chasing him hard is Jason McNeese there on stand number 5. He's out with number 4 on the board as well. We've Matthew, Andrew and Alistair on stands 1, 3 and 4. And it's 3 and 4. They have a battle going on as well. They are down to the shoulder and coming down the last side of their third sheep. Doing a beautiful job on those sheep there this morning. A bit of a wriggle there with Alice. Settles her down and away she goes again. Andrew down to the flank and out the back leg. Another 2 or 3 blows. He'll drop that sheep down the porthole and he'll be in and out with sheep number 4. Coming back on with every blow is Matthew on stand number 1. It's already up the neck there, Clay Harris and Jason McNeese. Jason is back with him again. They're back on par. Dropping down into the first shoulder, down into the long blows there. And away to go, doing a beautiful job. So there's a good battle going on stands 2 and 5 at the moment. Who's stepping over first? It's Jason McNeese. He stepped over. Jason is about to get the turn now. A good shearing sheep there this time. Down to the shoulder and down the last side comes Jason McNeese. Being closely followed by the Kiwi Clay Harris there on stand number 2, Q.
Yeah, so Clay Harrison has got to the turn, but already out the hind leg, putting the finishing touches, is Jason McNeese. Round underneath that hind leg, he rolls a handpiece, and out goes Jason. Up there on stand number 5. Clay Harris sticking to the quality. Just rolling that handpiece now down that last side. She has a little bit of a kick and a wriggle. A little bit different to the Romneys he'd be used to. Up there in the King Country. So round the top of the tail now comes Clay, and out goes Clay Harris on stand number 2. On the long blows is Andrew Davidson. Big sweeping blows going in for Andrew. Round off comes the cheek for him. He cleans and down the last side he comes. Alice Watson puts the last long sweeping long blow. She takes off the cheek. She turns her home. Down the last side comes Alice Watson and right up Andrew Davidson's tail. Matthew Chambers flat tack on the long blows. So nobody being left too far behind here, George. All cracking shearing from these seniors.
Yes, and away to go. It's Andrew now, that little bit of a wriggle there. Down and out the back like he goes. Alice Watson coming back at him with every blow. Very close here on stands 3 and 4. Down and out the back leg, and it's Andrew Davison it is. On stand number 3. We've Alice now on stand number 4, pushes the button, and her time is taken. We're Matthew Chambers on stand number 1. Down and out the back leg he goes. And the number 4 has gone up there now very quickly on the finish of the back leg. With Matthew Chambers on stand number 1. Put your hands together for heat number 1 of the senior. Well done. Off to the right-hand side, competitors, please.
Yeah, and competitors, if you can just turn left at the top and go straight down the back. And we'll get the second heat up and ready to go. Andrew Ray, Ronald Kennedy, Alex Butler, Ryan Adams, Kieran Travers. Kieran on 1, Ryan on 2, Alex on 3, Ronald Kennedy on 4, and Andrew Ray on 5. Our wool handlers are just having a bit of a tidy up, and thank you very much to them for keeping us under control. Of course, we've got a terrific team that put on this shearing here at the Royal Ulster.
So competitors, hand pieces on, a quick look at the sheep, and we'll be ready to get underway in about 15 seconds.
We'll wait for a thumbs up from our referee. Don't panic about the hardware, Mad Professor. We'll sort all that out. He looks like Inspector Gadget, doesn't he? Go-go arms, go-go legs. Looks like Brian McGarchy's given him the very important job. Do you offer training for that, Brian? Yeah, they'll reset the clock, don't you worry. They're worrying that you haven't reset the clocks. Here we are, under control, don't worry. We might not look like we know what we're doing, but we do. Okay, we got a thumbs up from the referee. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, shearers go. So we're away with the second heat of 5 in this senior championship. Kieran Travers on 1. Ryan Adams on 2, Alex Butler on 3, Ronald Kennedy on 4, Andrew Ray on 5. And so another cracking lineup. We saw a lot of these shearers shearing yesterday in intermediate and in the national competition. Andrew Ray won the quality prize in the national. So we know he's going to be a real quality shearer up there on stand number 5. Ronald Kennedy was in the intermediate final. He looks like a senior shearer. This is his chance to prove it today. Down into the long blows they go, all the way along the line now. Who's going to be the first to step over? It's the Mad Professor, Ronald Kennedy there, on stand number 4. Down the last side he comes, being chased hard by Ryan Adams. He stayed off the beer and went to play football last night. So down the last side comes Ryan. Down the last side comes Alex Butler, another young fella that did well yesterday. Then we got Andrew Ray on stand number 5. So down the last side they come now then, keeping that comb full and flowing. Who's going to be the first into the pen? It's Ryan Adams from Ronald Kennedy on stand number 4, George. Alex Butler's putting the finishing touches. He'll be going in for his second sheep. In goes Andrew Ray for his second sheep. Kieran Travers is putting the finishing touches. He'll go in for his second sheep. So a cracking lineup of these seniors. As into the pen go Alex and Kieran together, George.
Yes, so all competitors now with their second sheep on the board. Really pushed them on, and some of these competitors, this is their third day competing here. They were competing on Wednesday, the young farmers as well. So they're back here today, so they're getting plenty of the stage here at Balmoral, and the way to go. Andrew Ray, up the neck is Ronald Kennedy. Alex Butler on the undermine. Ryan Adams is up the neck there on stand number 2. In this, the McGinty Construction sponsored senior heats. Kieran Travers, he's on the undermine there on stand number 1. Up and around the back of the head goes Andrew there on stand number 5. On 2, it's Ryan dropping down into the first shoulder. On 3, Alex is there, right down into the first shoulder as well. But it's all happening on stand number 4 where Ronald Kennedy gets the turn down to the shoulder and down the last side of sheep number 2. Down he comes, doing a beautiful job there on that sheep. These are beautiful shearing sheep here, and a big thank you to the farmers for supplying the sheep right throughout the 4 days of shearing at Balmoral show. Without the sheep, we have no show. So it's Ronald Kennedy. Down to the flank he goes. Ryan Adams has pulled a couple of blows back on him. So it could be Ryan who will get the drop first this time. And it's Ryan Adams it's going to be on stand number 2. And he's out with his third sheep on the board.
Yeah, so in goes Ronald Kennedy, the mad professor, on stand number 4. He comes out with sheep number 3. 1 left in the pen. Alex Butler, very good quality shearer as well there. He's about to go into the pen for sheep number 3. Andrew Ray, looks like he's polished another one. Into the pen he goes for sheep number 3. Kieran Travers puts the finishing touches. He will go in for 3. But already then the men on 2 and 4. Up the undermine. 1 big blow either side the backbone. And they'll step through and up the neck. Into that front shoulder they go. Ronald Kennedy then rolling that sheep into that front shoulder. Alex Butler's joined the party. Ryan Adams is in the party. But already then, Ronald Kennedy looking like a mad professor up there on stand number 4, stretching that sheep down into the long blows. Just pouring those blows, and that's allowed Ryan Adams with that big, smooth, sweeping style to just get out in front by a blow. Down the last side comes Ryan. Down the last side comes Ronald. Down the last side comes Alex Butler. Long blow time for Andrew Ray, Kieran Travers. But it's the men in the middle now then, round that front shoulder. They come pretty much blow for blow. Ryan Adams, round that hind leg, rolling that handpiece, round that hamstring. Ronald Kennedy, rolling that handpiece round the back leg, but Ryan Adams then, the football player, has just beaten him in and out the pen just by a couple of blows there, George.
Yeah, just a couple of blows in it now. It's on forward at Ronald Kennedy. If he could get a sheep down the porthole, he'd be out with his fourth and final sheep. Alex is there as well, as is Andrew there on stand at number 5. Coming down the last side is Kieran on stand number 1. So down to the flank and out the back leg, about 3 more blows. He'll be able to, if that wriggle hadn't happened, he'd have had that sheep down the porthole. Big strong sheep, these sheep, to take a bit of holding on to. Very good shearing hoggets. Ryan Adams now, he's already up the neck, being pushed all the way by Ronald Kennedy, Alex Butler and Andrew. But it's still Ryan Adams on stand number 2, dropping down into the first shoulder. On stand 1 now with Kieran. He comes out with his 4th and final sheep on the board. So all competitors now on the final sheep. And it's already Ryan Adams pumping in those blows, doing a beautiful job. But always remember, It's not necessarily the fastest competitor will be deemed the winner or will get through. You must have that quality out the back as well. Ronald Kennedy, he's about to get the turn. He's pushing them all the way. But Ryan Adams has that couple of blows on him at the moment. Down to the flank and out the back leg. Good control there. It's equal there at Alex and Andrew as well. But it's all happening with Ryan. Down and out the back leg he goes now. About 2 more blows. He'll push the button and his time will be taken. Put your hands together there for Ryan. Well done. Now we have Ronald Kennedy. Out the back leg he goes there. 2 more blows and he'll push the button. His time will be taken. Well done. We have a bit of a wriggler with Alex. Settles her down, away he goes again. Andrew and Alex there. Very little between them as they come down the last side. And coming right back at him is Kieran Travers as well on stand number 1. He's right back on the pace now as well. He had a bit of a wriggler. Down and out the back leg he goes. Has a real good shearing shape this time and making full use of her there on stand number 1. Who's going to get? And he's going to be Kieran Travers. He's got out there. Alex is out there. And Andrew putting the finishing touches in on stand number 5. Put your hands together for another good heat in the senior. Well done. Right hand side competitors, please.
Heat number 3, if we could have you ready at the bottom of the steps. Heat number 3 will be Ryan McLean, Sam McConnell, Aaron McGee, Kenneth McLeod, Sean McCollum. So another cracking lineup of shearers. Some have travelled a long way to be here. We've got Ryan McLean there from the top of Scotland on stand number 1. Sam McConnell, the blade shearer, on stand number 2. Aaron McGee travels all over the world there shearing sheep on stand number 3. Kenneth McLeod from Chile on stand number 4. And Sean McCollum up here on stand number 5. It looks like there was a pen man missing. They found him.
So once we get the thumbs up from our referee, we'll be ready to get underway. And that has already happened.
Okay, so we got a thumbs up from the referee. We're ready to start then, shearers. On your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. So again, a cracking lineup of these shearers. They're travelling over to the UK this year, of course, because of the World Championships in the Golden Shears at Royal Highland later on in June. Ryan McLean there from the top of Scotland, the Highland contractor on stand number 1. A belly wool comes out for him. This will be on YouTube later if he does well. Then we got stand number 2, Sam McConnell, the blade shearer. He will be representing Northern Ireland with the blades at the World Championship. Aaron McGee, the young fella from Ireland there, he's over with his family. Look at him going there into that first front shoulder. Kenneth McLeod from Chile on stand number 4 will be representing his country at the World Championships, spending a bit of time on the Isle of Man, shearing sheep over there for the summer. Then we got Sean McCollum up there on stand number 5. Shown a lot of sheep as that young fella on stand number 5. So already then, coming down that last side is Sam McConnell, the blade shearer. He's pretty good with a handpiece as well, because he's the first to run in and out the pen for sheep number 2 there, George.
Yes, number 2 on the board now for Sam. And of course we'll see him in the Highland in June when he'll be representing his country in the Golden Shears World Championships. Turning for home is Ryan there on stand number 1. Aaron McGee, the Donegal man, down to the flank and out the back like he goes. Out comes Sean there, stand number 5. On the way down the last side is Kenneth there on stand number 4. But it's going to be the Donegal man. Aaron McGee will be next to drop there on stand number 3. Down and out the back like he goes. About 2 more blows. Push them all the way is Kenneth there on stand number 4. Sam McConnell steps up the neck on his second sheep. Yes, and it's Aaron it is. Out comes the Donegal man. He had a quick look up at the board there as he went in for sheep number 2. Ryan McLean, he's out with his second sheep on the board. As they keep those pen numbers flicked over, we'll have the same on stand number 3 there. We'll have number 2 up on the screen. For Aaron McGee, we'll just push that button again and we'll get the second sheep up there. Kenneth comes out now. He's out with his second sheep on the board. Stepping over is Sean on stand number 5. Very close, very little between stands 2 and 5 at the moment. As they get the turn, down to the shoulder and down the last side they come. Ryan is on the undermine. So very little there on stands 2 and 5. Down to the flank goes Sam, the blade shearer. He's pulled a few blows back again. Wanting to hold that lead and in for his third sheep very quickly. The belly wool comes off on stand number 4. But it's still Sam McConnell it is, and he's out with sheep number 3.
Yes, so Sam McConnell then loving this shearing game, whether it's with the blades or the handpiece. His penman will press the button in a minute, Jack Robinson. He's on sheep number 3. Belly wool comes off for Sam McConnell. Aaron McGee has turned for home. Sean McCollum has got 3 out onto the board. Ryan McLean has turned to come down the last side of 2. Kenneth McLeod, the Chilean shearer there on stand number 4. Round into that front shoulder he goes. Keeping that comb flowing along the sheep. Aaron McGee, a little bit more fast and frantic there on stand number 3 into the pen. He runs for sheep number 3. But already Sam McConnell rocking and rolling into that first front shoulder. But he's going to have to get a bit of a hurry up because Sean McCollum is right on his tail. I think Sean McCollum might have stolen a couple of blows. Sean McCollum has stepped over. Sam McConnell has stepped over. There's a bit of a battle going on now on 2 and 5. Round the shoulder they come. Down the last side then comes Sean McCollum. Down the last side comes Sam McConnell. Round that front shoulder they come. Pretty much blow for blow as they work their way down that last side. Sean McCollum's out the hind leg. Sam McConnell is out the hind leg. Sean McCollum's underneath the hamstring. Sam's underneath the hamstring. Who's going to be the first to go into the pen? They go in together, ladies and gentlemen, for sheep number 4, George.
Yes, number 4 out on the board. So who's kept the best sheep till last? And I think I see a pretty good one there. And away to go now. The belly wool is going to come off quite quickly. And away to go. So we have Ryan on stand number 1. Aaron McGee, the Donegal man. He's cruising down the last side. It's Kenneth there on stand number 4. He comes out with sheep number 3 on the board. The belly wool is off and into the first hind leg for Sean McCollum there on stand at number 5. Into the first hind leg goes Sam McConnell there. He's on 2. Up and around the back of the head goes Sean on stand number 5. Chasing him very hard is Sam on stand number 2, the blade shearer. If we get a power cut, of course, it won't hold Sam back. He can pick up the blades there and shear away, no problems. Ryan, he has the belly wool coming off there on stand number 1. Aaron McGee, the Donegal man. The belly wool is off on his 4th and final sheep. Stepping up the neck on 3 is Kenneth there. Up and around the back of the head he goes. But it's Sean on stand number 5. He's pulled away a little bit there now. Down to the shoulder and down the last side. Stepping back with the left. Using that left hand. Stretching out the skin. Being pushed all the way by Sam McConnell. He's coming back at him now with every blow. But it looks like it's going to be Sean. He says, come catch me if you can. It's not going to be easy. Out the back leg he goes, doing a quality job there on that sheep. But Sam McConnell is pushing hard. A bit of a wriggle costs him a second or two, but it looks like it's going to be Sean McCollum on stand number 5 it is. He pushes the button. Put your hands together for him. Sam McConnell is there. Out goes Sam there on stand number 2. Well done. So we have Ryan, Aaron and Kenneth. And down the last side on 3 with one more left in the pen is Kenneth there on stand number 4. But it's the Donegal man on 3. Down to the flank and out the back leg he goes. Ryan McLean on 1. He comes down under the shoulder. But it's going to be Aaron McGee. Out the back leg goes Aaron now. 1, 2 more blows. He pushes the button and his time is taken. The final sheep out on stand number 4. The final touch is going in on the final sheep on stand number 1 for Ryan. So we've Kenneth there now. Stand number 4. His final sheep on the board. The belly wool comes off. He'll then be into the first hind leg. And of course our resident wool handlers here doing a beautiful job on that wool, looking after the wool as it should be done. Showing out every fleece there, rolling it from breech to neck, tucking it in from the neck wool, putting the belly wool if it's suitable back into the breech end of the fleece. So looking after that wool properly, that is presented properly, and the farmer will get every cent that can be got for the wool. If we produce and present quality wool, we will get more money, so it's very, very important. One of our great natural products, the only one I know that will keep you warm in winter and cool in summer. Good control there with Kenneth on stand number 4. Around now, down in the long blows of his 4th and final sheep. The left toe right in under that shoulder, stepping over with the right. Doing a nice job. Turning and cleaning off the cheek now and heading down the last side.
Yes, so Kenneth MacLeod then from Chile will be representing his country at the World Championships in Scotland. Shearing on the Isle of Man at the minute, I believe, and down the last side he comes now then. Left hand keeping that skin tight. Right hand pushing that wool off. Nice and easy does it then for Kenneth MacLeod. The Chilean shearer puts the finishing touches. Last bit of a flick round the tail. He hits his button. Give him all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Go out the back, Sean. Sean McCollum. Turn around, straight out the back. So our wool handlers will have a little bit of a tidy up, and then we'll move on with the next heat. Heat number 4, let's have you at the bottom of the steps. Russell Smith, Philip Christian, Ben Scott, Henry Metcalf, and Carl Devaney. So the sheep are in the pens. Russell Smith will be on 1, Philip Christian on 2, Ben Scott on 3, Henry Metcalf on 4, Carl Devaney, the YouTube man, on stand number 5. So another international lineup. Carl Devaney, of course, does a lot of work on YouTube. If anybody's looking for a nice warm jumper in this weather, give Carl a shout. We got Henry Metcalf from North Wales, working up in Scotland, I believe, on stand number 4. Ben Scott. Where's Ben from? Don't know Ben yet, but I'm sure we'll get to know him. Donegal, Philip Christian, you know where he's from, Jack? Falkland Islands, Isle of Man. Isle of Man must have been a cheap ferry over from there. Either that or a rowing boat. And then Russell Smith, another Irish shearer there on stand number 1. Okay then, shearers, are we ready to go? The referee just having a quick march across the front. Thumb goes up. Okay then, shearers, on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers, go. So we're away with the fourth heat now of the senior championship. Russell Smith, we saw him shearing yesterday in that national championship. Into the back leg he goes. Philip Christian from the Isle of Man on stand number 2. Ben Scott on stand number 3. Then we got Penry Metcalf, the North Walian, on stand number 4. Carl Devaney, originally a left-handed shearer, but now doing a pretty good job with the right hand as he goes up the undermine, about to step through and up the neck. But the pace at the minute being developed by Russell Smith, Ben Scott, being chased hard then by Carl Devaney, Penry Metcalf and Philip Christian. But it's Russell Smith at the minute then. He saw what his pen man did in the first couple of heats, and he wants to make it into that semi-final. Russell Smith has turned for home, pulled a couple of blows from the rest of the field. Round the shoulder then for Russell Smith. And down the last side, being chased hard by Carl Devaney, Ben Scott. They've turned for home. They're coming down the last side, but already then, working his way round that hind leg, about to run into the pen for sheep number 2. Russell Smith, all the way down there on the front stand. And in and out the pen he goes there, George.
Yes, he's out there now, setting the pace on stand number 1. Philip there turns her home down the last side he goes. Who's going to get the drop next? Ben is right there. Carl and Penry there on stand number 4. So down the last side they come. Very little between them. It looks like it might be Carl Devaney. He might get out there next. Down the porthole she goes on stand number 5. The Sligo man. Carl, yeah, he have to head back here. He gets her away down the porthole. Ben Scott, he's right there as well. Out comes Ben. He's out with his second sheep on the board. Penry there as well. McAfee there, the man shearing on stand number 4. The belly will is off. And competitors, make sure you get those sheep down the porthole from a safety point of view as well. And if they're not put away properly, you'll get a couple of whole points put on, which you don't want to give away to the judges. But it's already Russell Smith stepping over there with the right. Down in the long blows now. He's really motoring along there on stand number 1. He's about to get the turn things off the cheek, down to the shoulder and down the last side. He's pulling a few blows away from the rest of the field at the moment. Ben Scott, he's up and around the back of the head, as is Carl Devaney, the Sligo man, on stand number 5. Philip, he's up there as well. Chopping down to the first shoulder is Ben. Here he is, right down into the first shoulder, down into the long blows. But it's already Russell Smith. Out the back leg goes Russell now, another 2 or 3 blows. He'll drop that sheep down the porthole. Sheep was in more of a hurry than Russell at that moment. And down she goes now. A big sheep there on stand number 1. And he's on his way out with sheep number 3.
So Russell Smith then is developing a bit of a lead at the minute, but he's being chased hard by the rest of the field. Russell Smith's got 3 on the board. Carl Devaney puts the finishing touches to 2 if she'll sit. Ben Scott is out the hind leg of 2. Penry Metcalf has turned. He's coming down the last side on 2. In goes Ben. In goes Carl Devaney. In goes Philip Christian. Penry Metcalf. Very difficult shearing sheep there, but he'll just flick that last little bit off. And into the pen goes Penry. She down the porthole she slides. Already up the neck and into that front shoulder is Russell Smith. Trying to build up a good bit of a lead here on stand number 1. Into that front shoulder he goes. Philip Christian's got the belly wool out. Ben Scott is up the neck and into the front shoulder. So is Carl Devaney, who's kept the best till last. Because down onto the long blows now goes Russell Smith. Down into the long blows goes Ben Scott. Russell Smith has stepped over. Ben Scott has stepped over. Russell gets to the turn. Carl Devaney is down into the long blows. Philip Christian is sliding into that front shoulder. Russell Smith has turned for home. He's coming round that last shoulder now That sheep has a little bit of a kick and a wriggle, and that's allowed Ben Scott to chase right up his tail. Carl Devaney is just sliding in the slipstream as well. Out the hind leg goes Russell Smith. Down to the hind leg comes Ben Scott. Down to the hind leg comes Carl Devaney. Into the pen runs Russell Smith, and Ben Scott's had a bit of a kick. That's allowed Carl Devaney to come right up his tail there, George.
Yes, he's right there as well. So stands 3 and 5. They're practically locked together at the moment, and they are together. They drop that sheep down to porthole, and they'll be in for that 4th and final sheep. We have Philip there on stand number 2. He comes down to the shoulder and down the last side. Henry Metcalf there on stand at number 4. Down and out the back leg he goes, so not a lot between any of the competitors. Very shortly, we'll have all the competitors with the final sheep on the board. Philip down to the flank and out the back leg he goes, but it's already Russell Smith there. He kept a real flyer for last. He's got the turn down to the shoulder, down the last side he comes of his 4th and final sheep on stand number 1. It is the McKinty Construction sponsored senior heats. Up the neck goes Carl Devaney. Out now with his final sheep is Philip there on stand number 2. But it's Russell Smith it is. Stand number 1. And he pushes the button. His time is taken. Well done, Russell Smith there on stand number 1. Dropping down into the first shoulder is Carl with Henry Bedcalf there. Stand number 4. He's up the neck. Turning for home and down the last side is Ben Scott. Down to the flank he goes. Down and out the back leg for Ben there now. About 3 more blows and he will be finished that sheep. That's Ben Scott there on stand number 3. He pushes the button and his time is taken. The clock said 3 sheep, but that was number 4. We have Carl Devaney now. Carl, the Sligo man. Down and out the back leg goes Carl. 1, 2, another 2 blows, and Carl will push the button, and his time is taken on stand number 5. So we've stands 2 and 4, Hugh.
Yeah, so Henry Metcalf then coming down this last side. Round that hind leg he comes. The young Welshman doing a lot of work up in Scotland. Travels down to Devon occasionally as well. So out goes Henry Metcalf. Press your button, Henry. Press your button, Henry. He'll have his time taken. And Philip Christian now then is coming round this last side. Round the shoulder. The Isle of Man shearer. Working his way away down the last side. And he just slides that handpiece. Looking very comfortable there, George.
Henry push. Yes, very comfortable there, Philip, as he comes down to the flank and out the back leg he goes now. Just another couple of blows. Good control. Doing a nice job there. That's Philip there on stand number 2, Philip Christian. Down the board also goes. He pushes the button. Yes, he's got that button pushed, so his time will be taken. Down the board also goes. Now put your hands together for another good heat of this senior. Well done. Off to the right hand side, competitors, and out the back to tip up the sheep. You should be turning left there at the end of the stage. You're heading out the back to tip up the sheep. Out the back, come on boys. It's all the same for everybody. Now the final heat coming up. Another good line-up this time. We've Ian Wilson on 1, James O'Reilly on 2, Mark Little on 2, Ellis Rees on 4, and Robert Douglas will be stand at number 5. Make sure you have your pen man with you. Hand pieces on, a quick look at the sheep. And once you get the thumbs up from the referee, we will be away. Okay, the scene is set. We've got the thumbs up from the referee.
Okay then, Shearers. Come on, Mark. We're nearly ready to go. We're waiting on Mark again. Okay then, Shearers, we're ready to go. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. So this is the final heat of the senior qualifying rounds. They've seen what's on before. They want to make it into that semi-final. We'll see a little bit of pace and a lot of quality. Into the back leg they go along the line. The belly wool is out. Who's going to be the first up the neck? Ellis Rees, the Welshman, up the neck and into the front shoulder. Robert Douglas is up the neck and into the front shoulder. Mark Lytle is up the neck and into the front shoulder. Ian Wilson. Oh, and he's got a real darling up there. Look at her. He says, sit still, you tart. Up the neck goes Ian Wilson. On stand number 1, James O'Reilly. Old Seamadge there. On stand number 2 is around and into the front shoulder. But already turning for home, showing a little bit of Welsh magic, is Ellis Rees on stand number 4. He had a hell of a good day at the dog sale the other day where he sold 2 hunterways and made a lot of money. So it's his round at the bar. Down the last side comes Ellis Rees around that top of the tail, and Ellis Rees will run into the pen for sheep number 2. Make sure she goes down there, Ellis. Into the pen goes the sheep, and Ellis was multitasking there, George.
Yes, and away to go now. So this is going to be fast and furious. Robert Douglas, the meat man, who's been behind the winner last weekend. He's made a good recovery, and he gets that sheep down to Porthole. With number 2, Mark Little is there as well. Down the last side comes Ian Wilson, James O'Reilly on stand number 2. But it's already the Welshman, Ellis Rees, there on 4. He's up the neck. Out comes James O'Reilly. He's out with his second sheep. The belly wool coming off there with Robert on stand at number 5. The meat man, he did a first hind leg, he goes. Up the neck goes Ellis Rees there on 4. It's Ian Wilson on stand 1. A big strong sheep. Very good shearing hoggets here for the senior heats this morning. He did a first hind leg, good James O'Reilly. Mark Little, he's there as well, blow for blow. Up the neck goes Robert Douglas, but it's already Ellis Rees. He seems to be just cruised along, but he's getting those blows and filling up that comb, doing a beautiful job on that sheep. Cleans off the cheek now and gets the turn. Down to the shoulder, down the last side he comes on sheep number 2, being pushed all the way by James O'Reilly, Mark Little, Robert Douglas and Ian Wilson. But it's Ellis Rees, down to the flank. Great control, good shearing there on stand number 4 in the McGinty Construction sponsored senior heats. Out the Porthole she goes now, and Ellis comes out with sheep number 3.
Yeah, so Ellis Rees out with sheep number 3 onto the board now. Then a young fella from just north of Bilthwells. Off comes the belly wool for him. He'll keep that comb on the skin if he can. Where's James O'Reilly? Looks like he's going to be the next one to finish. The young fella that's travelled all over the world shearing sheep. Started off in Norway and now he's been to Australia, New Zealand, Ireland. Get that sheep into there. That's it. You've got to make sure they go down the Porthole, boys. Mark Lytle puts the finishing touches. He might have been slow getting ready, but he can take that wool off pretty quick. Into the pen will run Mark, but already in front of him is Robert Douglas. Ian Wilson is coming down this last side. Round that hind leg. I think that sheep is camera shy. She doesn't like the limelight by the look, the way she's wriggling and kicking. Round that tail he comes, but already then turning for home. On sheep number 3 is Ellis Rees as he works his way now then down this last side, making sure that that quality for those judges is as low as possible. He works his way down the last side, but she's having a little bit of a kick and a wriggle. He says, sit still, darling, you'll be down the Porthole pretty quick. Round that hind leg comes Ellis Rees. Looks to be doing a pretty good job. And into the Porthole, into the pen, he'll run for his 4th and final sheep, George.
Yes, that's the final sheep on the board now on stand number 4. So it's 4 all the way is there. Chasing him hard is James O'Reilly, Ian Wilson, Mark Little and Robert Douglas. Robert Douglas right down at the long blows now, pummeling those blows is Robert Douglas on his third sheep. Gets the turn for home, down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. James O'Reilly, out the back leg he goes, another 2 blows there. He'll send that sheep away and it'll be in and out with sheep number 4. That's the man shearing on stand number 2. Down the porthole she goes and he's coming out now with his 4th and final sheep on the board. Mark Little is on 3. Out the back leg goes Mark. At the long blows is Ian Wilson on stand number 1. But on 5 it's Robert Douglas, the man from the Royal County there. Out the back leg he goes. Mark Little, he comes out with his 4th and final sheep as well. But it's all happening on stand number 4. Ellis Reese, the Welshman. He's about to get the turn and head down the money side of the sheep. Down the last side he comes. Robert Douglas is out with number 4. Ian Wilson down the last side on 1. But it's Ellis Reese it is. Rolls the handpiece underneath the shoulder. Right down to the flank. Done a beautiful job there. Great control. And seems to be really pinking up those sheep this morning. Ellis Reese it is, the Welshman. Stand number 1. He pushes the button and his time is taken. Well done. Put your hands together for him.
Yes, so the Welshman sets the fastest time. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's not all about the speed. The quality of the shearing is very, very important. Our judges on the boards are looking for any second cuts of the wool. Then we've got another team of judges out the back that are looking for any wool left on the sheep. Any little skin cuts or nicks before they're treated will be penalised. So it's a combination of the speed and the quality will bring the top man out on top. As out goes James O'Reilly there on stand number 2. He's done a good shift as well, the young little fella there on stand number 2. Mark Lytle. He's coming down this last side, around the hind leg he comes as Robert Douglas turns to home. Ian Wilson has rocking into that front shoulder, but Mark, the big fella on 3, puts the finishing touches. Out he goes on stand number 3. Robert Douglas has turned. He's coming down this last side now then. Looks to be doing a good quality job as well, keeping that job right for the judges. Down the last side he comes underneath the front leg. Ian Wilson, he's turning for home on his 4th and final sheep. Robert Douglas has a bit of a kick and a wriggle this time. So he'll just settle her down. That's where the experience of these senior shearers comes into play. They know that there's no point tussling. You've just got to sit them comfortable and then you can get rid of them down the portal. As out goes Robert Douglas and Ian Wilson. It looks like he's got a ticklish one up there on stand number 1 as well. Round the top of that hind leg he goes. Keeps her sitting comfortable. He says, come a little bit closer to the portal. 3 full comb widths. Should see that sheep down the portal. One last little bit of a tickle round the top of the tail. And out goes Ian Wilson. Give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The senior qualifying rounds have completed. And we'll be underway very shortly with the blades.
Jared. Yes, and our next competition will be the blades, and that kicks off at 11 a.m. So if you want to go for a quick walk around or whatever, you'll be back here to see these blade shearers at 11 a.m. Testing 1, 2. Just a special announcement there. Any shearer that want to enter the Northern Ireland circuit, please go see Seamus Kelly. Any competitor shearer that wants to enter the Northern Ireland circuit, please go see Seamus Kelly before the blade shearing starts, because he'll be quite busy. At that stage he'll be competing, so if you can go see Seamus Kelly, it's a good circuit there, so try to get your name in. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Okay, if we're going to go by our schedule, we will be blade shearing in 2 minutes. So we don't have that much time. Our next competition is round 1 of the blade shearing. We have the names up. We will invite the judges up onto their stands, and we'll be getting ready for round 1 of the blade shearing. So judges, if you're around and ready for the blades, we're going to call you up onto your stand, please. I think I see some of the judges there already. And for the blades, on to stand number 6 will be Colin Crowe. Stand number 5, Ian Montgomery. On 4 will be Tom Perry. Jack Robinson on 3. 2 will be Finn Butler. Stand number 1, Tom Dunn. And our spare judge, Brian McGatty. Judging out the back, Alan Crockett and Adrian Clodwell. The referee out the back will be Mr. John Murphy. Our board referee, Mr. David O'Neill. I'll find out how many sheep very, very shortly, or Ian will tell me. 3 sheep. Yes, it's 2 rounds. Combined scores over 2 rounds for the blades. And I know some of our blade shearers have travelled a long way this morning to get over here. And we'll introduce the blade competitors up onto their stands now for the blade shearing. If our blade shearing competitors are there ready, please give a warm welcome up onto stand number 4, Seamus Kelly. That's it, give him a warm welcome. He also got his award yesterday for services to shearing. On to stand number 3, we have Sam McConnell. And Sam is on his way. He's actually running there. He's after being out doing a couple of runs as well. That's Sam going up there onto stand number 3. On to stand number 2, has travelled all the way from Devon this morning. Andrew Mudge, come on, give him a warm welcome. And stand number 1, the one and only, Chris Coulter. This is a great competition, a great spectacle to watch. And along with my fellow commentator here, Mr. Hugh Condren, he'll tell you more about it after. It's one of the great spectacles that we commentate at the Golden Shears World Championships with blade shears from all over the world. It's a great tradition. It's great to see it continuing. And we see some great blade shears here with great shearing. There's still quite a lot of sheep shorn in different parts of the world by blades. And some of these blade shearers can put in many hours both setting and sharpening their blades. And of course, the big advantage to have, they can set up in the middle of a paddock anywhere and shear sheep. They don't need circuit breakers, they don't need leads. They just need that muscle, a good strong heart and a bit of willpower, and they can get the wool off of the sheep. As it happens, we will tell you more about it when we get the thumbs up from our referee, who is Davy O'Neill. We'll be ready to get underway with round 1 of the blade shearing. It's going to be done over 2 rounds, and combined scores then will come up with the blade shearing champion. So is our referee happy? We've got the thumbs up. The scene is set. We have our Leicester sponsor signets on there with all our competitors, which we must wear at all times on the stage. So timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. They're shearing 3 sheep each. These are a slightly different type of sheep here, and they are bellied for the blades, just to make it that bit more of a spectacle, that bit more work. We've 4 very, very experienced competitors here. They have travelled, they've been around the world shearing. And the blade holders, if we have the blade holders, I'm not sure. John, I don't know if we have the blade holders. We may not. They're on, that's good. So the rules are, you must place the blades into the holders between each sheep, and the time will only stop when you push the button, when you finish the final sheep, but you also must put the blades back in the holder from a safety point of view when you finished your final sheep. As we mentioned earlier, there's still a lot of sheep in different parts of the world shorn by blades. If you go down to the high country, in the South Island of New Zealand, they still shear around 500,000 sheep a year down there. Countries like Lesotho and South Africa, there's probably still 70% of the sheep are shorn by blades, which is slightly different. It's fine wool, merino wool, which is more valuable, and they go right down to the skin, so they want to get all the wool off, where in the west of Ireland and the south of Ireland here where we shear with blades, they actually want to leave a cover of wool on. The judges out the back will be looking for a nice even level finish with anywhere from a 0 to 15 mil of wool, but they want that evenness all over the sheep, not right down to the skin in one place and 15 mil of wool in another, so as to get that evenness all over. Hugh, you've seen lots of blade shearing, and it's one of the great spectacles we've had the opportunity of commentating at all over the world.
Yeah, well shorn, blade shorn sheep is like a work of art, ladies and gentlemen, because there will be a mirror finish on both sides. You'll just see those blade lines working their way, and as you can see now, these shearers are all shearing to pretty much the same pattern. It's a little bit different to with the machines as they work their way a little bit straighter across the rib. That allows those blades to travel without picking up any skin. And you'll see that they're all pretty much together. But the work will have been done when they do that back leg. They do a lot of homework on the top of the back leg on the other side. So when they come down the last side, they can just do it very, very quickly. So Seamus Kelly then will be representing Northern Ireland at the World Championships there on stand number 4. He's on the long blows. Sam McConnell will be his Northern Ireland teammate, representing Northern Ireland at the World Championships in Scotland in June. And Andrew Mudge will be representing England at the World Champs alongside his father George Mudge, and they'll be a formidable team. There'll be some brilliant North Hemisphere teams at that world event, and we're going to be a real force to be reckoned with. The Northern Ireland boys have been doing a lot of practice. They've been travelling around, shearing in as many blade competitions as possible. So has Andrew. Andrew, as George said, has come over from Tavistock in Devon. They came over last night, and he'll be travelling back tonight because he'll be at the Southern Shears down in Sussex tomorrow, trying to have a go there again with the blades because that's on the English circuit. So these blade shearers, they do travel as much as the machine shearers. They've got to do as much work, if not more, because with the machines you push the wool off. With the blades you physically got to cut that wool off. So if you look at the arms and the shoulders on a blade shearer, you'll see every muscle, every sinew really working hard, and the more sheep they shear, the tighter those muscles will become, because it takes a great physical effort to shear these sheep with the blades. And as you can see, those blades, essentially a big big pair of scissors. The first pair were forged by Bergen and Ball in Sheffield in the 1700s to take wool off as best as they could at that time, and then they've been refined and just improved through the years, and they're still used. So it's Andrew Mudge first then, 4.5 minutes for that first sheep to go down the portal. Henry, can you press that button, please? A good man. So these blade shearers, and Sam McConnell's next into the pen. His teammate Seamus is just finishing off a little bit round the top of the tail, and he'll go in. So as I said, Bergen and Ball were the first to make those shears, and they still make shears to this day in Sheffield. They've refined them over the years. They've made them of that same steel, and you'll see that these shearers, some of them might just give a little bit of a hone into that edge as they progress through the competition, or they'll just change the blades, because those blades are very, very sharp. They will be honed to perfection, and we will see later on as we go through the competitions, we'll see a lot more blade shearers traveling to the UK around the competitions. They all shear to the same pattern now, essentially. South African pattern is a little bit different. And as George said, we still see thousands of sheep shorn not only in the UK but all over the world, in South Africa, in the high country of New Zealand. There are some shown in Australia still with the blades. And as George said, we leave a little bit more wool on in the Northern Hemisphere because you tend to shear the sheep later in the year with the blades to leave a good winter covering on. Because the difference between a machine shorn sheep and a blade shorn sheep is about 2 weeks difference in growth. So if you were to put these out straight out after being blade shorn into a storm, they would still be very comfortable. They'd probably be out grazing. Whereas if you show them with the machines, they'd be looking for a bit of shelter underneath the hedge. So first into that front shoulder, then still working up a bit of a lead is Andrew Mudge. He's been around for a lot of years with the blades now. I think he saw his first World Championships at the Royal Welsh in 2010. He's travelled all over the world representing England with his father, George Mudge. He made the individual final, I believe, in France in 2019, the last World Championships, and he will be back this time at the World Champs in Scotland. Very accomplished machine shearers, all of these competitors, as well as the blades, and it's great to see the blades still being contested. So Chris Coulter then, the little frantic ferret on stand number 1, goes in and out for sheep number 2, as Andrew Mudge is just about to get to the turn and come down the last side there, George.
Yes, very much so. Shearing these Romney sheep, and there's a bit more work around the heads on them as well. And the heads must be properly cleaned up if there's a top knot there. And around the back of the head, it's very important that that's properly cleaned up, which these blade shears are doing. Some of these fleeces you might see a little bit more yellow, which means to be a little bit more dense, and your edge needs to be really good on your blades if you're shearing those type of sheep. Also with these Romney sheep there, you see the nice white wool. If there's any black spot in that wool, usually if you're shearing in New Zealand or some of those places, the shearer will shout black wool, and that will be taken out by the wool handler there and then. And usually that sheep is also taken away because the wool, you do not want any black in this good white wool. And the reason you cannot have black wool mixed up, black wool won't take a dye, and it totally devalues the wool. It's all about the presentation of wool. But the man from near Devon in the south of England now, he's putting the finishing touches into his second sheep. Setting a good time here for blade shearing these sheep. There's quite a bit of work on him up around the head and that. Out the back leg he goes there now. Being very economical with the blades. You'll see the way he go out to the finish and then right out the leg, out to the hock on these, so right out the back sock there, completely clearing them up. But Sam McConnell is not too far off. He's very close there. He's right at the shoulder as well. He's one of your team members. And it's Andrew Mudge there now. Comes out with his third and final sheep on the board. Come on, give him a bit of a cheer there. It's hard work up there. That's it. It's the blade shearing with 4 competitors here that have travelled and working really hard here today. And they're preparing for the Golden Shears World Championships in Edinburgh in June. We'll see these competing. Andrew there for England, and Sam and Seamus will represent Northern Ireland. Seamus comes to the shoulder there and turning down the last side of sheep number 2. Sam comes down to the flank and out the back leg he goes. We have Chris Coulter there on stand number 1. He's up and around the back of the head, dropping down into that first shoulder of sheep number 2. But it's already Andrew Mudge into that first hind leg he goes. Of course, our judges here on the boards, it's the same as the machine. They're looking for any second cutting of the wool you do. If you cut the staple of the wool in the middle, it takes a sheep a full 12 months to grow a fleece of wool, and bad shearing can destroy that in seconds. So if you cut or go back on a staple, the judges here will give you penalty strokes. That will be divided by the number of sheep, and that will give you whole points. Give Chris there a bit of a cheer as he comes out now with his third and final sheep on the board. Chris, or Sam I should say, out on stand number 3. Up the neck goes Andrew. Dropping down on the first shoulder is Chris there on stand number 1. And you have Seamus coming down the last side, who got his award yesterday for his services to the shearing and wool industry. Seamus Kelly there on stand number 4, Hugh.
Yes, so these blade shearers now, ladies and gentlemen, the last sheep out onto the board in the middle there for Andrew Mudge and Sam McConnell. Seamus Kelly just working his way, taking the wool off the socks there. All the way out to the toenails he'll go with those blades. Making sure that all that wool will come off. Looks like he had a little bit more yellow in that sheep, but making it a little bit more difficult to shear. Those blades would have been a little bit tougher to close, but he's concentrating on the job, on the quality, and keeping that board score as low as possible. As you can see, the board score is very low all the way across the line. That board score is where our judges, that's the second number up from the bottom, is where the judges have seen a second cut. As George said, that's where the staple or the length of this wonderful fibre is cut and shortened, which reduces the value, and we keep that to a minimum. And then that will be divided by the number of sheep shorn, which will give us our board score. We've then got a team of judges out the back that are looking for a nice, level, even finish on this sheep. So no ridges. You don't want it on the skin at one end and high at the other. You want it nice and level all the way along. If there are any little skin cuts or nicks before they're treated, they will be penalised. So again, with the blade shearing, it's exactly the same as the machine shearing. It's not the fastest shearer that will win. It'll be the fastest, cleanest shearer that will come out on top at the end of the competition. Now, as they're cutting off this wool, as you all know, wool is a wonderful fibre. Not only will it keep you warm when it's cold, it can keep you cool when it's warm. It'll keep its shape, it'll keep the size. It stretches and it'll go back to its natural length. It's used in clothing, of course, in insulation, as carpets. But of all the fibres in the world, it only makes up 1% of the world's fibres. 75% of the world's fibres are plastic fibres, which you see in your modern fleeces. If you want to do it your bit for the environment, ladies and gentlemen, this wool, for every kilo of wool that we cut off, that is 50%, at least 50% of permanently locked up carbon. And in a time where they're all encouraging us to plant trees on wonderful farmland, instead of putting those trees in the ground, we could be keeping more sheep, and that would lock up far more carbon every year. So if these sheep are cutting 3 to 4 kilos, that's 1.5 kilos to 2 kilos of locked up carbon. So Andrew Mudge now is just putting the finishing touches. He presses his button. Give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A good time there for those 3 sheep, woolly Romney sheep, and a very good board score going up there on the boards as well. So Sam McConnell now then, the Northern Ireland team member, is working his way down this last side. You can see that left hand is pulling the skin tight, and that right hand, you can see the muscles all the way up into the shoulder working as he closes those blades. So down the last side then comes Sam. Into the first front shoulder goes Seamus. And Chris Coulter, 1 sheep left in the pen, and he'll be coming out. So Sam McConnell then, the Northern Ireland blade shearer that will be representing Northern Ireland at the World Championships in Scotland, puts the blades in the holder, lifts his hand and presses the button. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And as Seamus Kelly drops into that front shoulder, George, Chris Coulter goes in for his 3rd and final sheep.
Yes, and you can see him there using the left hand all the time. Working hard there, Seamus Kelly. Sam's team mate there for the World Championships in Scotland in June, competing on stand number 4. And we have Chris now with his 3rd and final sheep out on the board. He's competing on stand number 1. And of course you see our judges here in the stands in the white coats. They keep rotating around all the time. They go around the back and will come back and start off on stand number 1. So they keep the same rotation right through until the final competitor is finished. Sam McConnell now with the blades. He's checking the edge again there. He'll be prepared for the next round. That's Sam there was shearing on stand number 3. And then Andrew was competing on stand number 2. And along with his dad, we have seen him representing England on many, many occasions. Of course, his dad has represented England in both machine and blades all over the world. I think Scotland might be his 12th time to compete at the Golden Shears World Championships, which I think will be an all-time record. Chris Coulter there, he steps up the neck now on his third and final sheep, competing on standard number 1. And we see Seamus down in what we call the long blows on the sheep. Great control there. There seems to be still that little bit of yellow. It's still early in the season yet, and the weather's been quite cold. The warmer it is, the easier it is to get the wool off of the sheep. But Seamus now, it won't be long till he'll get that turn and be heading down the last side of his third and final sheep, which that's what he's doing now. You see around the head, different than other sheep. He has to go in over the top of the ear to come down the side of the face and under the ear to clean off that cheek properly. You just can't leave that wool there. It's very, very important that the heads are cleaned up properly on these Romney sheep. That's what Seamus has done. He comes down to that shoulder now and down the last side. You can see the head just locked above his knees there. Good control of the sheep, keeping that shoulder pushed out and getting around the bone of that shoulder, not to give away any second cuts there to our judges. And you can see the board all very low and very even along here with our shearing. Chris Coulter there now. Chris drops down into the first shoulder of sheep number 3. This is round 1 of the blades. We'll see round 2 in the afternoon, and then it will be the competitor with the lowest score or scores from them that will be deemed the winner, which is not necessarily the fastest shearer. You must have that quality, that even finish out the back. It's the even finish is what they're really looking for. Anywhere between a 0 and 15 mil of wool, but they don't want it right down to the skin in one place and then 15 mil in another place. So our judges will be looking for all that out the back. No bits of tassels of wool left on. That the face and head is completely cleaned up on the sheep, particularly these Romney type sheep where you've head wool on. But we've Seamus Kelly, the Ballymena man now, as he comes down the last side and down to the flank of his third and final sheep in round 1 of the blades here at Balmoral Show 2023, and seems to be doing a beautiful job there on that sheep. The judges won't get too much off out the back. By putting the finishing touches in there, that's Seamus Kelly. Out the back like he goes now. Good control, and once he pushes the button and puts the blades back in the holder, his time will be taken. And that's Seamus Kelly. Put your hands together for Seamus Kelly. Well done. And now we're watching Chris here on stand number 1. Chris turns and comes down to the shoulder. He's been making good time on this sheep. Chris Coulter, down the last side he comes now, down to the shoulder. His third and final sheep for Chris. Has competed in many blade shearing competitions, a well-known machine shearer as well, as Q has already said. He'll be soon stepping back with the left foot there, and he will have the sheep ready to pop down the porthole when he's finished. But this great tradition of blade shearing that we see, and I do know quite a few farmers, and there's a little joke there changed hands as well on stand number 1, but we didn't pick up what it was, so we might check it with him after. But we've seen the competitor smiling, so that's very good, which means he's enjoying it. But I do know farmers in the west of Ireland and that they don't shear their sheep till quite late in the year, and they will only shear them with blades to leave that colour, that little bit of cover of wool back on the sheep. That's what they like doing. But then, as we mentioned earlier, if you go to countries like Lesotho, South Africa, they actually hold the blades different so that you get the wool off right down to the skin, because it's merino wool, which is one of our great wools in the world. It's more valuable, and they want to get all of the wool off of the sheep. Down in the high country in the South Island of New Zealand, they will shear there some on the high country to leave that little bit of cover of wool back on the sheep as well. So down and out the back leg, you see quite a bit of wool here, the back socks of these sheep, which Chris is cleaning off. He's cleaning off the back socks fully on the sheep, which is quite important, and the judges will be looking for that out the back. He's down to the hip now, is Chris Coulter there. Give him another cheer there to cheer him on for the last second or two. That's good, give him a bit of support. That's great to see, with a great crowd here watching the blade shearing at Balmoral Show. Chris Coulter putting the final touches into his third and final sheep now. He'll very shortly push the button and his time will be taken. Chris Coulter, put your hands together for the Ford Blade Shearers there. Well done. And the good news that has arrived is that it's lunchtime, and we'll see you afternoon at 2 p.m. We'll be back with the senior machine shearing semi-finals. So we look forward to some lunch now, Q. We'll see you back here at 2 o'clock. Thanks very much for coming and supporting the blade shearing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2. Good afternoon, everybody. You're all very welcome back to the Shearing Stadium here. Very shortly, we'll be ready to get underway with the senior semi-finals. And they will be shearing 6 sheep each in the senior semis. So, if the judges are ready, we'll introduce the judges up onto their stands, please. Judges, if you're all there ready for the senior semis, please, judges. So I see some of them gone to pick up their white coats. Okay, the judges for the senior. Up on to stand number 6, Adrian Clodwell. I seen him there a second ago. Adrian, you're on 6. Richard Schofield on 5. Tom Perry on 4. On 3 we will have Finn Butler. Peter Webber on 2. And on stand number 1, Colin Crowe. The spare judge will be Ian Montgomery. And judging out the back will be John Ivor Davis and Alan Crockett, with the referee being Andy Rankin, and the board referee is Mr. Davy O'Neill. And the sponsor of the senior is McGinty Construction, so a big thank you to him for the very generous sponsorship for the senior. 6 sheep each to shear. And we seem to be still a couple of judges missing. They're on their way. And the competitors are ready. So we will introduce the competitors up onto their stands.
Okay, so the draw has been done. If we could have the shearers to the boards, please. Ellis Rees on 1, Robert Douglas on 2, Mark Little on 3, Clay Harris on 4, Ryan Adams on 5, Ronald Kennedy on stand number 6. So we've got a cracking lineup for this first heat of the senior semi-final. The top qualifier into this semi-final was Ellis Rees on 1. The rest of the guys, a lot of Northern Ireland competitors up there. We got a Welshman on 1, an Irishman on 2, 3, a New Zealander there on stand number 4. He won the seniors at the Golden Shears. He won the seniors at the New Zealand Shearing Championships. So he is bang on form at the minute, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Ryan Adams there on stand number 5. He showed yesterday at that national competition. Now he's back up there again today. He went home to play football last night to keep supple. And then we got Ronald Kennedy, the old mad professor, up there on stand number 6. His hairstyle's like an explosion in a mattress factory. Okay, we've got a thumbs up from the referee, boys. We're going to make a start. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. So we're away with the first of 6 sheep, ladies and gentlemen. Ellis Rees, the Welshman there, on stand number 1. Robert Douglas on stand number 2. Mark Lytle on stand number 3. Clay Harris, the New Zealander, on stand number 4. Ryan Adams on stand number 5, the Ginger Ninja. And then the mad professor, Ronald Kennedy, up there on stand number 6. So already they're up the neck and into that first front shoulder. Who's going to be the first to try and put the pressure on? Long blow time all the way along the line. The first to step over was Ellis Rees on stand number 1. He's got to the turn. We need sheep to tip up out the back, please. Sheep to tip up out the back, George.
Yes, we need him. Come on, any shearers out around there, if you're not doing a pen, we need helpers out the back to tip up the sheep immediately, please. There's 36 sheep to be tipped up there quite shortly. Ellis Rees is out with number 2 on the board. Clay Harris comes down to the flank and out the back leg. Robert Douglas, Mark Little, Ryan Adams and Ronald Kennedy. Who's going to get the drop next? It's Mark Little, it is. Out he comes at number 2 on the board. The New Zealander Clay Harris, he's coming out with number 2 as well. Ryan Adams is out there. And Ronald Kennedy down and out the back leg he goes there on stand at number 6. So away to go. Just that one competitor there putting the finishing touches in. This is not going to take too long to get these 6 sheep shorn. So it's Ronald Kennedy now. Down the porthole she goes, and he comes out with his 6 sheep on the board. Out he comes, so all competitors now. Big, strong Huckets here. Quite a bit of work on him. So it's already Ellis Reese, the Welshman. He steps over with the right, putting on the pressure there now on stand number 1. Up the neck on stand number 2 is Robert Douglas, the Mead man. Mark Little drops into the first shoulder, closely followed by Clay Harris. Ryan Adams is there. Ronald Kennedy into the first hind leg. But it's already Ellis Reese there on 1. He's got the turn. Down and out the back leg he goes now. Another 2 blows. He'll send that sheep away and he'll be in and out with sheep number 3, Hugh.
Yeah, so Ellis Reese now then putting the pressure off. He's flat out like a badger on a bypass, ladies and gentlemen. The belly will come off. On stand number 1, he's putting the pressure on the rest of the field. Mark Lytle's got a kicker there on stand 3. That's allowed Ryan Adams to go into the pen first. Mark Lytle, she's still kicking and wriggling. That's allowed Clay Harris, the flying Kiwi, to come right back into it. Round the top of the tail comes Clay Harris. But already Ellis Reese is up the neck and into the front shoulder. Mark Lytle used every inch of his power to put that sheep into the portal. Into the pen goes Clay Harris. Robert Douglas, where's the mad professor? Ronald Kennedy is coming after him with every blow. But already rocking and rolling round into that front shoulder is the Welshman there on stand number 1. Long blow time for Ellis Reese. Long blow time for Ryan Adams. A little ginger ninja is right up his tail. Ellis Reese has turned. Ryan Adams has turned. Into the pen goes Ronald Kennedy. Ellis Reese is round the last shoulder. Ryan Adams is around the last shoulder. Long blow time for Mark Lytle and Clay Harris in the middle. But already then the men on 1 and 5 are still having a real old ding-dong. Into the pen goes Ellis. Ryan Adams is turned to have a wriggle. He says, sit still, you tart. Round that hind leg comes Ryan. But already comes the belly wool. Is coming off there for Ellis Reese, George.
Yes, it's coming off there on sheep number 4 already on the stand. Ryan Adams, he's out with number 4 as well. On stand number 5. On 3, it's Mark Little down and out the back leg. The Kiwi is right there with him on stand number 4, Clay Harris. And he gets in next and comes out with sheep number 4 on the board. Robert Douglas, the Mead man, right down in the long blow there. Blow for blow with Ronald Kennedy at the moment. He gets the turn. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. But it's already Ellis Reese, the Welshman. Chops down to the first shoulder and into the long blow. He wants to make his big senior final later on this afternoon. Pumping in those blows now. Real control shield there on stand number 1. Down the last side comes Robert there now on number 3. Mark Little on 4. He's on the mind, steps through and up the neck. Clay Harris is already up the neck there, up and around the back of the head. Ryan Adams drops down into the long blow. Ronald Kennedy, he comes out with sheep number 4 on the board. But it's Ellis Reese, it is there. Out the back leg he goes. 1, 2 more blows. Down the board also goes, and he's out with sheep number 5, Hugh.
Yeah, so Ellis Reese is the early leader on the pace, ladies and gentlemen. The belly wool is coming off for Ellis. He'll keep that bottom tooth down. Into the back leg he goes. Where's Ryan Adams? The little ginger ninja on stand number 5. Round that hind leg, pushes the sheep into the portal. He runs in and out for sheep number 5. Up the neck and into the front shoulder of 4 goes Robert Douglas. Mark Lytle out the hind leg of 4. Clay Harris, the New Zealand senior champion, goes around the top of the tail. He goes into the pen for 5. Make sure she go down, Clay. The sheep, she didn't go into the portal. That's well done. He's really trying there. Watch your handpiece as well. She says, I don't want to go in there. It's dark. Off comes the cheek wool for Ellis Reese. He's really putting a good shift in now, ladies and gentlemen. Round that hind shoulder he comes. He's coming down the last side. Ryan Adams dropping into the long blow, but already coming out that hind leg. Putting the pressure on now is Ellis Reese around the top of the tail. And he'll run in for his sixth and final sheep there, George.
Yes, that's all happening on stand number 1. Robert Douglas down and out the back like a 4. Mark Little down in the long blows at 5. Up the neck goes Clay Harris, the New Zealander. Sheep number 5 turning for home, and sheep number 6 is that number right there on stand number 5. No, he's one more in the pen, I believe. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Mark Little there. Stand the number 6. Out the back leg goes Ryan Adams. But it's already up the neck. There goes Ellis Reese. He's sixth and final sheep on the board. Robert Douglas on the undermine of 5. Out the back leg is Mark Little. On stand the number 4. Clay Harris, the New Zealander. Ryan Adams on 5. He's out with his sixth and final sheep on the board. Pumping in those blows on stand number 6 on the undermine is Ronald Kennedy. Another couple of blows, steps through, up the neck and away he goes. But it's already Ellis Reese now, steps over with the right. Another 2 blows and he'll be bringing up the right foot and turning for home down the last side of his sixth and final sheep there, Q.
Yeah, so Ellis Reese then, ladies and gentlemen, the Welshman is breathing fire up there on stand number 1. Down that last side he comes, sliding that handpiece. He's put the rest under pressure and he's really stuck to his work, and out goes the Welshman there on stand number 1. Give him a round of applause as he finishes, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Adams, the Ginger Ninja, up here on stand number 5, has got to the turn. He's only half a sheep behind. He'll be hoping that quality of shearing will bring him through. Clay Harris steps over on the long blows. He gets to the turn. Mark Lytle gets to the turn. Ryan Adams is coming around that hind leg. One full comb, one bit of a flick, and out goes Ryan Adams, the Ginger Ninja, on stand number 5. Mark Lytle, the little fella there on stand number 3, is coming around the hind leg. Clay Harris is chasing hard. Who's going to be the next to hit that times button? It's Clay Harris and Mark Lytle together there on stand 3 and 4. Robert Douglas goes up the neck on his sixth and final sheep. Ronald Kennedy, the mad professor, he goes up the neck and into the front shoulder. So we've still got a ding-dong battle on now, George.
Yes, very much so there. Stand number 6 it is. Up and around the back of the head he goes, dropping onto that first shoulder. His sixth and final sheep on the board. The mead mad Robert Douglas. He's about to step over with the right now, pumping in those long blows. So there's a little bit of a battle going on here on stands 2 and 6. Their sixth and final sheep on the board. They all want to make this senior final later on this afternoon. And of course our sponsors will be very happy. McGinty Construction, the sponsors here of the senior, and a big thank you to them for their very generous sponsorship. Who has got the fast last side? Down to Coleman, down to the flank they go now. Practically locked together there, blow for blow. Robert Douglas and Ronald Kennedy. Down and out the back leg to go. About 3 more blows each, and they'll push the button. The time will be taken. Who's going to push that button first? It's Ronald Kennedy and Robert Douglas together there. Well done. Put your hands together for the first of the senior semi-finals. Well done. Off to the right-hand side, competitors, please. And out the back to tip up the sheep.
Well, what a warm-up. That was part 1, ladies and gentlemen. Part 2 are going to come to battle as soon as we've tidied those boards off. Our wool handlers are working hard. They're just going to take all those little bits up off the top board down to the bottom board. Then they'll have a sweep up, and that'll all be tidied away before it's sent over there to Ulster Wool to be graded and put into the fibre chain. So heat number 2, if we could have you ready at the bottom of the steps, ready to go. Our referee, Davey O'Neill's walking along, just clearing those clocks. The sheep are in the pens. Okay then, second heat of the senior semi-final. Let's have you up onto the stage, boys. Sam McConnell to 6. Sean McCollum to 5. James O'Reilly to 4. Andrew Ray to 3. Jason McNeice on 2. And Aaron McGee to stand number 1. So another cracking lineup of these senior shearers. Very, very accomplished shearers, all these boys. They'll have all travelled all over the country, all over the world. And now they're making it up onto the boards at the Royal Ulster to try and make it into that senior final. So if part 1 was the warm-up, this is where we're going to see the thunder and lightning, ladies and gentlemen. So our referee is wandering across. He's going to be ready to go. He'll give us the thumbs up. That thumbs up from our referee is like the green light going on Formula 1. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to make a start. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, part 2 of the senior semi-final. The belly wool will come off first. All these shearers will shear these sheep to the same pattern developed by the Bowen brothers in New Zealand in the 50s and 60s, then refined and taught all over the world. And this is how all machine sheep, or the majority of machine shorn sheep, are shorn. So up the neck and into the front shoulder, all the way along the line. Dropping down now then into that long blow. Who's going to be the first to step over? Jason McNeice is the first. Then he's closely followed by Aaron McGee, James O'Reilly, Sam McConnell. Round that second shoulder they come. They clean off the cheek wall and they turn for home. Down the last side they come. Round that hind leg comes Jason. Round the hind leg comes Aaron McGee. Who's the closest to him? It's Jason McNeice. The judge was in his way. He says, in the politest possible way, move out of it. Into the pen he runs for sheep number 2 there, George.
Yes, very quickly it's all happening. James O'Reilly is there as well. Sam McConnell. Down the last side comes Sean McCollum. And down and out the back leg goes Anthony there on stand at number 3. But it's already Aaron McGee. The belly wool comes off into the first hind leg. On 2 goes Jason McNeice. Down the porthole and in for his second sheep, Sean on stand at number 5. Out comes Aaron Terry. He's out there as well. All competitors now on their second sheep. Into McGinty Construction sponsored. The last of the senior semis. Dropping down into the first shoulder, down into the long blows is Jason McNeice. James O'Reilly, he's up the neck there. Andrew was on the undermine. Up the neck goes Aaron McGee, the Donegal man. Sam McConnell, the blade shearer, down into the first shoulder, down into the long blaze. Sean is up the neck there, stand number 5. James O'Reilly into the first shoulder. But it's already Jason McNeice now. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. He's setting the pace here in the last of the senior semis. Down and out the back leg he goes. About 3 more blows. He'll drop that sheep down the porthole and he'll be in and out with sheep number 3. Jason McNeice, stand number 2. Sheep number 2 down the porthole and sheep number 3 on the board.
Yeah, so out comes another little darling for Jason McNeice. A real fast shearing sheep by the look of it. Sam McConnell, the Northern Ireland blade shearing team member, is sticking to his tail. Into the back leg goes Jason McNeice. Into the back leg goes Sam McConnell. He's saying this is easier than with a pair of blades. Into the back leg goes Sam. Up the neck goes Jason McNeice on stand number 2. Up the neck and into the shoulder goes Sam McConnell on stand number 6. Belly wool comes off for Andrew Ray, Aaron McGee, James O'Reilly. Into the back leg is Sean McCollum, but already stepping over on the long blow is Jason McNeice. He's got to the turn. He's pulled away from Sam McConnell again. Long blow time for Sam. Already round that second shoulder. A very difficult angular part of the sheep to shear for Jason. But he's cleaning off underneath that front leg. Down and out the hind leg goes Jason. But here comes Sam McConnell, right up his tail again. Jason McNeice round on top of the tail. Sam McConnell down and out the hind leg. Into the pen runs Jason. And he's still being chased hard by Sam McConnell, George.
Yes, and it's Sam there now with a couple of more blows, and he'll be in and out with sheep number 4 very quickly. The blade shearing on stand number 6. Down the board also goes, he's out with number 4. Down and out the back leg goes Sean. James O'Reilly chasing hard. Anthony out the back leg there. And Aaron McGee, the Donegal man, he's down and out the back leg as well. Not a lot between any of the competitors here. It'll be very difficult to get through to this senior final. A lot of very good shearers up here. Out comes James O'Reilly. He's out with 4 on the board as well. Up the neck goes Jason now. On the undermine is Sam McConnell there on stand number 6. He's up there. So only 4 or 5 blows between them at the moment. Chasing hard. The belly will comes off for the Donegal man, Aaron McGee. A big sweeping blows up the undermine for Andrew. James O'Reilly on the undermine. Up the neck and up and around the back of the head, Sean. Sam McConnell all drops down to the first shoulder. But it's already Jason McNeice that gets the turn. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Penman pushed the button one more time there for Jason. He's sort of number 4 up on the board. It's up now, and very soon number 5 will be going up as well. Coming back at him with every blow is Sam McConnell, a wriggler, and it'll cost him a second or 2, and it allows Sean a chance to come right back at him.
Yeah, so Sean McCollum is sticking to his work. Sam McConnell says the only time I'm going to want to see this one again is with a few roast potatoes and a bit of mint sauce. Round that shoulder comes Sam McConnell, but in goes Jason McNeice. Here comes Sean McCollum. Into the pen he runs for sheep number 5. In goes James O'Reilly for sheep number 5. Andrew Ray is right up there with him as well. Already though the belly wool comes off for Jason McNeice. Make sure the pen cards are right, penmen. Jason McNeice is on 5. Andrew Ray, is he on 5 or 6, penman? I think you might be a little bit previous. Up the neck and into the shoulder goes Jason McNeice. Sean McCollum, though, has hit the turbo button. And look at him go now, ladies and gentlemen. The big man is starting to fly on stand number 5. He's swinging at steel, nice and free, nice and easy. He's got to the turn. He's coming down the last side. He's saying, you can't catch me now. Jason McNeice has got a little bit more gas in the tank. But Sean McCollum is out in front, ladies and gentlemen. He's timed his run to perfection. Round that hind leg comes Sean McCollum. Round the top of the tail. But here comes Jason McNeice. They go into the pen together there, George.
Yes, very much so. And coming back at him is Sam McConnell with every blow. James O'Reilly, the Donegal man, Aaron McGee. Andrew Ray is out the back leg as well. Jason McNeice and Sean McCollum. The belly wool is off for Sean there on stand number 5. The belly wool comes off on 2 for Jason. Out comes Andrew there on stand number 3. Down the board she goes, and out with number 6, Sam McConnell, the blade shearer. Up the neck goes Sean. Into the first hind leg goes James. Aaron puts number 5 away, and he's coming out with number 6. All competitors now with a final sheep on the board, I believe. Keep those pen numbers right on stand number 5. So we're all on 6s. Down in the long blow, blow for blow. It stands 2 and 5 at the moment. Who's going to get the turn first? There seems to be a good shearing sheep on stand number 2. Down the last side they come. A bit of a wriggle on 5. Give 2 a chance to come back. It's Jason. It's Sean. Who's it going to be down to the flank? And it looks like it's all going to happen there on stand number 2. Jason McNeice down and out the back leg he goes. Put your hands together for Jason McNeice.
And Sean McCollum is still working hard, ladies and gentlemen. Very good quality above his head. Round the top of the tail. And out goes Sean McCollum. Where's Andrew Ray? Andrew Ray goes out on stand number 3. James O'Reilly. And a little fella in the middle. He's worked his guts out. Round the top of the tail. Out goes James. Aaron McGee, the big fella there, is coming round the top of the tail. Out goes Sam McConnell. And Aaron McGee. He's probably thinking, how the hell did he go so quick? Give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as soon as we have those results, we'll let you know who will be shearing in that senior final. The next competition will be the ladies' competition at 2:30.
Okay. Yeah. Somebody has left a phone behind on some of the seats. If you wanted to come to the commentary area and you're able to unlock the phone, I'm sure you'll get it back. But you need to be able to unlock the phone when you come to the commentary area. A phone left on some of the seats here. So if you come back to the commentary area, we can probably help you out to get your phone back. Okay. The scene is set. Thank you, Hugh. The scene is set. We're just about ready to get underway and introduce the judges onto the stands and our competitors for the ladies' competition. That's the next competition. So we're due to kick off at 2:30. It's getting quite close. So judges for the ladies, if you can be ready there, please. On stand number 6, Adrian Claudwell. On 5, Richard Schofield. Tom Perry will be on 4. Finn Butler on 3. On 2, Peter Webber. Stand number 1, Colin Crowe. And the spare judge being in Montgomery. Judging out the back, John Ivor Davis and Alan Crockett. So take your stands, please. And we're just about ready. And Hugh will introduce the competitors up onto their stands.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is a great competition, a ladies' competition. So please give them a very warm welcome as they come up onto the stage. Are they all ready to go? Katie, are all the ladies here ready to go? They're all talking. Right. Right, we'll try again, ladies and gentlemen. Please give them a very warm welcome as they come up onto the stage to stand number 4, Rosie Keenan. She's still talking. We'll try that again. To stand number 4, Rosie Keenan. To stand number 3, Katie Reid. To stand number 2, Madison Rafferty. And to stand number 1, Alice Watson. And I've been asked to mention that 2 of these shearers are complete novices that are up there. So it's great to see them up having a go on the boards. So Jane Harkness Bones, I believe, is the reason that Madison and Rosie are up there shearing. I don't know what she's promised them, but they're up there having a go. I think it could be a free bar all night, is it, Madison? Yeah. So we've got a good lineup of these, our lady shearers. We're seeing a lot more ladies shearing, ladies and gentlemen, and they are brilliant shearers. The quality is very, very good. Last year, Marie Preble shore a new women's record over in Cornwall, where she shore 386 full wool ewes in 9 hours. That record was attempted to be broken in New Zealand, but unfortunately it was unsuccessful. So Marie is currently the world record holder. Okay then, we're ready to go, shearers. Okay, ladies, timekeepers ready, judges ready, shearers go. And they're away. Madison nearly ripped the door off the hinges there on stand number 2. And they go straight into that back leg. So these Romneys were bellied out for the blade shearing, and now they're being used for the ladies. So very, very good quality shearing from these shearers up here on the boards. The first to step through and up the neck is Alice Watson, closely followed by Katie Reid. Rosie Keenan, a terrific wool handler. Rosie represented Scotland, and she will be representing them again at World Championship level there on stand number 4. Also works for British Wool. So she's up the neck and into that first front shoulder. But already then dropping down and onto those long blows. We have Alice Watson, Katie Reid. They work their way around the shoulder. Madison Rafferty, she's up the neck and into the front shoulder. Rosie Keenan works her way up the neck, but already then turning and coming down that last side. We saw her shearing in the seniors this morning. Alice Watson has got to the turn. And she's coming down the last side, but she's being chased hard by Katie Reed on stand number 3. Down that last side she comes, but already then Alice Watson out the hind leg. One little bit of a tickle on top of the tail, and she will go in for a second sheep there, George.
Yes, the second sheep coming out there now, stand number 1. It's Katie Reed. Down the last side she comes underneath that shoulder, right down to the flank. Dropping down into the first shoulder is Rosie Keenan. The same for Madison Rafferty there on stand number 2. Out the back leg now goes Katie Reed. Another 2-3 blows. She'll drop that sheep down the porthole and be out with sheep number 2 onto the board. That's Katie Reed there, shearing on stand number 3. Down the porthole. She doesn't want to leave, but now she's gone down the porthole and Katie comes out with her second sheep on the board. Down in the long blows is Rosie there on stand number 4. On stand number 2 it's Madison there. Right down into the long blows, a little bit of a wriggle. Settles her down and away she goes again. But it's already Alice Watson there on stand 1. She drops down into the first shoulder, down into the long blow. She got a good warm up here this morning as well into senior. Steps over with the right there now, pumping in those blows. Very shortly she'll get the turn and be heading down the last side. Cleaning off that top knot there is Katie Reed. Turning for home on sheep number 1 is Rosie. Madison, she's there as well. So stands 2 and 4, they're pretty much together. And on stand number 1 we've Alison there. Down to the flank she goes. Down and out that back leg. It's Katie Reed dropping down into the first shoulder. But it's Alice Watson it is. Out the back leg she goes now. Just 1-2 more blows. Very, very close and she'll be reaching there. And it's Alice Watson it is as she pushes the button. Put your hands together for Alice there on stand number 1.
Alice looked like she's about to run in for another one there. Looks a very capable shearer. So the rest of the field now then. Madison Rafferty is coming down that last side. Round that hind leg comes Madison. Rosie Keenan spent a lot of time around the shearing sheds. A very accomplished wool handler. She runs in and out the pen, and I don't think she stopped talking the whole time she's been up there on the boards. Katie Reed is around that hind leg. Katie's a very capable blade shearer, wool handler and machine shearer, and she's having a cracking shear there on stand number 3. Dennis gives her a few words of encouragement, and out goes Katie there on stand number 3. Give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now Madison. She looks like she's really enjoying it up there. She's done a great job. This will be her first time shearing at a competition, ladies and gentlemen. So don't be afraid to give her a cheer of encouragement. Her and Rosie are both novices up there, and it's great to see them having a go in the ladies' competition, George.
Very much so. So brilliant to see here, to see these 4 competitors up here competing on this big stage here at Balmoral Show 2023. So it's Rosie Keenan now, up the neck there, cleaning off that cheek. So it'll be up and around the back of the head for Rosie there, shearing. And of course this competition is sponsored by Lister. A big thank you to Lister and David John is here for their very generous sponsorship for the ladies competition. Stepping up the neck there is Madison on stand number 2. So 2 or 3 blows between them. So it'll be a good Grand Slam finish here on stands 2 and 4 with our second and final sheep on the board. Rosie Keenan now dropping down into the first shoulder. Down into the long blow she'll go with her second and final sheep on the board. Up the neck goes Madison there on stand number 2. Just an awkward part of the sheep to get, but she's doing well there. Up and around the back of the head she goes. Dropping down into that first shoulder. It's Rosie now down into the long blow. Good control of the sheep. And about to step over with the right now very shortly will be Rosie. Those blows right up to the back of the head she goes. Taking off plenty of wool. Rosie Keenan it is. Well known for her wool landing skills all over the world as well. Cleans off the cheek now. And heading down the last side, down the money side of the sheep she comes. Dropping down into the first shoulder is Madison there on stand number 2. The Lister sponsored ladies competition. Good shearing here now. Down to that shoulder comes Rosie Keenan. Stepping back with the left. Heading down the money side of the sheep. Just about to roll the handpiece underneath that shoulder. Just asking that sheep to sit for another couple of seconds. Right down to that shoulder. There goes Madison as well on stand number 2. A strong sheep there, takes a little bit of holding on to. Down and out the back leg goes Rosie. Another 4 blows or so. She'll push the stop button and her time will be taken. A bit of a wriggler for Madison there on stand number 2, which is down in the long blows now. Out the back leg goes Rosie. Just another 1 or 2 blows. She pushes the button and her time is taken. She sends the sheep down the porthole. Put your hands together there for Rosie Keenan. And now Madison is away again there on stand number 2. Pumping in those long blows. Turning, cleaning off that cheek and heading down the last side. Steps up with the right foot. Right down the last side she comes into Lister. Sponsored ladies competition here at Balmoral Show 2023. Down to the shoulder she comes now. Just taking up that sheep a little bit higher. Cleaning off that shoulder, just a little bit of a difficult part of the sheep. Stepping back with the left. Using her left hand there as well. Good control. Sheep is sitting nice and comfortable. Ready to drop down the porthole when she finishes the last side. That's Madison Rafferty there, stand number 2. Final sheep on the board. You can always give a little bit of a cheer on, give a bit of support there, it'll be good. Come on, give her a bit of support, that's it. Down the last side she comes now. Right down to the flank she goes. Keeping that bottom tooth on the skin all the time. Down and out the back leg goes Madison now. About 4 more blows and she'll say goodbye to the sheep and push that time button and her time will be taken. Out the back leg now. Doing a quality job there on that sheep. Madison Rafferty it is. Stand number 2, sheep number 2, and about 2 more blows to go. And the sheep will be down the porthole very, very quickly because she has her face completely right there for the porthole. And don't forget to push that time button. Push your button, Madison. Well done. Put your hands together for the 4 ladies there. Well done. The sheep wants to stay longer. The sheep is not going to leave.
Give them all another big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, our senior finalists. The top qualifier was Andrew Ray, Sean McCollum, Jason McNeice, Ellis Reese, Ryan Adams, and the lucky last man in was Aaron McGee. So those 6 senior finalists, ladies and gentlemen, will be Andrew Ray, Sean McCollum, Jason McNeice, Ellis Reese, Ryan Adams, and Aaron McGee. We'll see them in the senior final. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to start to get set for the second round of the blade shearing. So our sheep are ready to go. Our shearers should be at the bottom of the steps. Our judges, if our judges could be ready to take their positions, please. The judges, George.
Yes, on stand number 6, Colin Crowe. On 5, Ian Montgomery. Tom Perry will be on 4. 3 will be Jack Robinson. Finn Butler on 2. Stand number 1 will be Tom Dunn. And our spare judge, Brian McGatty. Judging out the back, Alan Crockett and Adrian Clodwell, with the referee being John Murphy. Our board referee, Mr. Davy O'Neill. Will judges take their stands, please?
Well, our judges are in position. We're getting close to that 3 o'clock start time. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give them a very warm welcome as they come up onto the stage, the second and final round of this blade shearing championship. To stand at number 4, Seamus Kelly. To stand at number 3, Sam McConnell. To stand number 2, Andrew Mudge. And to stand number 1, Chris Coulter. So again, I believe they're shearing 3 sheep. Ian Montgomery will know how many sheep's in the pen there, Mont. 3 it is. So up there on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, we have Chris Coulter, a young fella. He has represented Northern Ireland at World Championship level. On stand number 2, we have Andrew Mudge, who will be representing England at the World Championships at the Royal Highland in Scotland in June. He's represented England since 2010, I believe. So he knows his way around with those blades. Then on stand number 3, we have Sam McConnell. He is the current Ulster blade shearing champion, and he will be at the World Championships for Northern Ireland. And on stand number 4 is his teammate for the World Champs, Seamus Kelly. Seamus, a very good machine shearer and now a blade shearer at the World Championship level. So this is going to be a good battle. We're ready to go. We've got a thumbs up from our referees, shearers. Shearers, on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers, go. So out they come with their first of 3. So as you can hear now, the difference between the machine shearing and the blade shearing is very obvious. A very quiet, a very social way of shearing sheep, because you can have a good chat between everybody. You can hear what's going on. But these fellas up here now haven't got time to talk. They're too busy concentrating, and they will be working hard, because they'll want to add these scores to the previous round, and the lowest scores from the 2 rounds combined will provide us with our winner. So as you can see now, these shears are using the blades, and the first set of blades we believe were forged in the 1700s by a firm called Bergen and Ball up in Sheffield, and they still make blades to this day in Sheffield that are used all over the world where sheep are shorn with the blades. These blades will start off cutting 3 to 4 inches of wool. When the blades are fully open and when they're squeezed close, that's the end of the blade blow, and you try and get around the sheep on the skin, leaving a nice, even, level finish. which is what our judges out the back will be looking for. Our judges on the boards are looking for any second cuts of the wool, which is the middle number of 3 that you can see up there on those counters. The time is the top one. It's a point for every 20 seconds rolling along. Then we have the board penalty or the board score, which will be divided by the number of sheep shorn, and then we have the sheep number. So every time those judges see a second cut being cut by the blades, they will be pressing their button. The judges out the back will be looking for a level finish. They will be looking for that wool taken off very even and level from 0 to 10 to 15 mils, I believe it is, on the sheep. So you can leave 15 mil as long as it's a nice level, even finish, that's fine. Any skin cuts before they're treated will be penalised by our judges, and then we will add the board score, the pen score, and the time score to give us our eventual winner. So it's not the fastest shearer will win, it'll be the fastest, cleanest shearer that will come out at the end of the competition. Sheep are still shorn, as George I'm sure will tell you in a minute, all over the world with the blades still, and there's a lot shorn here in Ireland with the blades.
Yes, it's still a great tradition. Great to see it continuing here. And in many parts, there's still quite a few sheep shorn by blades. If you go to the south or the west of Ireland, where they shear sheep very late in the season, they will shear sheep with the blades to leave a nice cover of wool back on the sheep. But if you go to countries like South Africa and Lesotho, where there's probably 60-70% of the sheep are still shorn by blades, they shear them, their fine merino wool, to take all the wool off. They even hold the blades different so they can shear very, very close to the skin. There's even quite a number of sheep still shorn down in the South Island, in the high country in New Zealand, to leave that bit of cover of wool back on the sheep as well. So it's one of the great spectacles we'll see at the Golden Shears World Championships. These blade shearers battling it out, and you can see some of these shearers shearing sheep quite fast. So it is a great spectacle, a great tradition, and you can watch some of these sheep. Our shearers will put in many hours setting the blades, sharpening the blades, so they put in a lot of time. They need to be razor sharp, and on some occasions, if the sheep are quite tough, we might see them with a stone there ready to give the blades a tip up between each sheep. You must have that perfect edge, if not you're not going to shear these sheep properly. At the moment, you're watching Chris Coulter, Andrew Mudge, Sam McConnell and Seamus Kelly. But it's Andrew Mudge, the man from the south of England, down from near Devon there, puts the finishing touches into sheep number 1. Down and out that back leg he goes. He's sending that sheep down the porthole, puts the blades back in the holder, and out on the board with sheep in number 2. The blades must be in the holder before the start, back in the holder between each sheep, and the time will stop when you push the button when you stop your final sheep, but you also must put the blades back in the holder. Sam McConnell, we've seen him here competing for the last number of days with machine and on the blades today. So down and out the back leg he goes. So this is both an open and a national blade shearing up for grabs here. Down and out the back leg they go. It's Sam McConnell there now on stand number 3. Putting the finishing touches, being pushed all the way by Seamus Kelly and Chris Coulter on stands 4 and 1. Up the neck goes Andrew there on stand number 2. But as Sam McConnell will be next to drop that sheep down the porthole, the blades back into the holder, and you'll see him competing at the Golden Shears World Championships along with his teammate Seamus Kelly in Scotland now in June, which won't be too long coming around. So both Sam and Seamus will be representing Northern Ireland. Andrew Mudge, along with his father George, will represent England in the Golden Shears Blade Shearing Championships. Now it's Chris Coulter putting the finishing touches into sheep number 1. He's shearing on stand 1 and very close to sending this sheep away down the porthole. That's Chris there, just a bit of wool tucked in underneath, taking it out with his left hand and sends that sheep off. And out he comes now with sheep number 2. Seamus Kelly putting the finishing touches into his first sheep there. The blades back into the holder. And Seamus sends that sheep down the porthole, and he's out with sheep number 2 as well. So we've all the competitors now on their second sheep queue.
Yeah, so the second sheep out then all the way along the line. And as you can see, they settle into a rhythm. And they've got to, because not only are they removing the wool with a pair of blades, so that means that they've got to really cut the wool off. That every time those blades close to cut wool, it's all done by human power. And they've got to control the sheep with their legs and their left hand. And that left hand has got to keep that skin tight so the blades travel across the top of the skin, taking the wool off, leaving the skin on. And as you can see, they're very, very accomplished with these blades. They settle into a rhythm and they get going. Now, as you can see, you'll see Andrew turning in a second to come down the last side. And as he turns to face us, you'll see that every time he closes those blades, every muscle and every sinew in that right arm is working to provide that power to close the blades. He cuts that wool off, that wonderful fibre, as close to the skin as he can, so that the judges cannot penalise him, or if they do, they do it as little as possible. So Andrew Mudge then has turned for home. Sam McConnell, flat tack, drop into the long blows. Seamus Kelly up the neck and into the front shoulder. Chris Coulter up the neck and into that front shoulder. But at the minute, our leader, ladies and gentlemen, is the English team member, Andrew Mudge, has turned for home. He's working his way down that last side, and this is where you can see those muscles and the sinews in his arm, in his right arm, working hard. That left hand is working, keeping that skin tight, and maybe just pulling a little bit of wool off every now and then. So round that hind leg comes Andrew, keeping the job, making sure that that finish is as even and as level as possible as he works his way down around that hind leg. Sam McConnell, not that far behind. Very, very good board points up these from these shearers. 2 sheep. The highest is still only 2 per sheep, which is very, very good for blade shearing. So in goes Andrew Mudge then for sheep number 3 onto the board. And out he comes with his Suffolk sheep there, George.
Yes, he's out with that sheep now. Wool will be slightly different there on that sheep. So it's a good test for him. Chris Coulter down into long blows. Sam McConnell now down to the flank and out the back like he goes. Sheep number 2 with 1 more left in the pen. Seamus Kelly drops down into the first shoulder. His teammate there on stand number 4. But it's going to be Sam McConnell down and out the back like he goes now, putting the finishing touches into his second sheep. Good control. Seamus Kelly right down there, taking off plenty of wool quite quickly now on stand number 4. Chris Coulter gets to turn for home on his second sheep. Down to the shoulder he comes. But it's Sam McConnell, your team man here for Scotland for the Golden Shears World Championships. Blades back into the holder. Sheep down the porthole. And out he comes with sheep number 3. Come on, give him a big cheers. He comes out with his final sheep on the board. So now we have Seamus Kelly and Chris Coulter stands 1 and 4. Chris gets to turn down to the shoulder. Down the last side he comes. Seamus is quite a big sheep there this time, but he gets to turn as well. Cleans off that cheek. Quite a bit of wool around the head, which must be all cleaned up. And of course, as Q was already mentioned, the judges on the boards here are looking for any second cutting of the wool you do. If you cut the staple of the wool twice, you're devaluing the wool and you'll be penalised with penalty strokes for that. That'll be divided by the number of sheep and give you whole points. Out the back, they're looking for that evenness all over the sheep, anywhere from 0 to 15 mil of wool. Not right down to the skin in one place and 15 mil in another. A even cover all over the sheep. So that's what the judges will be looking for. But these 4 competitors here, I don't think they're going to give too much to the judges out the back to take off. They seem to be doing a beautiful job. It's already Andrew Mudge there on his 3rd and final sheep, just on the undermine there. Sam McConnell coming back all the time there now. He's dropping down into the first shoulder, down into the long blow. And it's Andrew down in the long blows there, if there's any such thing with blade shearing. Chris Coulter down to the flank and out the back leg he goes. His second sheep with one more left in the pen. Closely followed by Seamus Kelly. You can get behind your favourite shearer and give him a bit of support if you can. It's hard work up there. Come on, give these blade shearers a bit of a cheer on there and a bit of support. Come on, start clapping for him and give him a bit of support. That's it. That's what we want to hear. So Chris Coulter out the back leg goes Chris now. He's about to send his sheep down the porthole. The blade's back in the holder. And Chris comes out with his third and final sheep on the board. Seamus Kelly. The finishing touch is going in there to sheep number 2. And he'll soon get that sheep down the porthole. And he'll be out with his final sheep. But is Sam McConnell putting the pressure on Andrew Mudge there now? He's down in the long blows and he'll very soon get the turn. With a Andrew it is as he comes down to the shoulder. Right underneath the shoulder he comes there now. Andrew Mudge, the man from Devon. Down he comes, down the last side. And out comes Seamus Kelly, your other team man. Come on, give Seamus a big cheers to come out with his final sheep. So you've Andrew Mudge now. Down the last side he comes. Sam McConnell has got the turn for home. Down the money side of the sheep he comes as well. It's Andrew Mudge. Down to the flank he goes now. Down and out the back leg, being pushed all the way by Sam McConnell. Down the last side he comes. Andrew Mudge it is. Down and out that back leg with quite a big Suffolk sheep this time. Out the back leg goes Andrew there now, the man from near Devon, who will be in Scotland in 4 or 5 weeks' time, representing his country at the Golden Shears World Championships. Come over here to compete today. Down and out the back leg he goes now. Another couple of seconds, he'll push the button and his time will be taken. The blade's back in the holder. Put your hands together there for Andrew Mudge.
Yeah, so Andrew goes out then on stand number 2. He, as I said, he will be representing England at the World Championships alongside his father, George Mudge. And they will be a formidable team, but also the formidable team are the 2 men there on stands 3 and 4. Sam McConnell and Seamus Kelly. They will be representing Northern Ireland at those World Championships. And it'll be great to welcome him there onto the stage. So Sam McConnell now then has got that hind leg. How much homework did he do on that back leg? He's working his way around that hind leg, keeping the job, keeping the work right. Round the top of the tail comes Sam McConnell. Last little bit coming off. And out goes Sam McConnell there. Give him a big round of applause. Seamus Kelly now then works his way into the front shoulder. He took all his Romneys first. Chris Coulter took his Suffolk in the middle to try and put a little bit of pressure on. Will that tactic have worked? As they both work now into that front shoulder. Seamus round into the front shoulder. Chris, like a little frantic ferret up there on stand number 1. Round the rib goes Chris Coulter. Seamus working hard. You can see that left hand pulls the skin to make sure that all those wrinkles come out as he works his way now into that front shoulder, round the rib and into that first lot of long blows that he'll be doing in a second. Those blades are sharp. They're cutting a lot of wool every time he closes them, ladies and gentlemen. So down into the long blow goes Seamus Kelly. One either side of that backbone, and then he'll turn the sheep to come down the last side. Chris Coulter has dropped the sheep down into pretty much the same blow. A difference in hand speed. You can see Chris really chopping away. Seamus Kelly closes the blades, cuts a lot of wool with every blow of those blades. Down the last side they come now then. Chris is turning, Seamus is turning. They're working their way around the shoulder. Chris has got a little bit of work to do around the head on this one. On that Romney, Seamus kept his Suffolk until last. He's got quite an experienced penman in the pen. Round that last side now comes Seamus Kelly. Round the shoulder, Chris Coulter has got a bit of a hurry up again, working his way. Look at this. As I said, we call him the frantic ferret when he gets going, and he's really starting to work now. Chris Coulter up there on stand number 1 has turned. Now he's coming to turn, take a little bit of wool on top of that brisket. Seamus Kelly sliding around those ribs and keeping those blades flow and full in. Really going for it now then is Seamus. Chris Coulter is sticking to him like a wart. Round that shoulder comes Chris Coulter. But it's going to be Seamus Kelly as he starts his work on that hind leg there, George.
Yes, and it's Seamus it is. Chris there pushing them all the way, but Seamus kept his up sheep till last, down to the flank, and out the back leg goes Seamus now. His third and final sheep on the board. It may be number 2 on the stand, but it's 3 on the board. And out the back leg he goes now. Seamus Kelly, the Ballymena man, who will be competing in Scotland along with Sam at the Golden Shears World Championships, doing a beautiful job on that sheep. But Chris Coulter is coming back there with every blow as well. He kept his Romney sheep till last. So down and out the back leg goes Chris. Seamus is very close. You can get behind him and give him another cheer on there for the last couple of seconds. And it's Seamus Kelly is out there. Come on, put your hands together there for Seamus. Well done. Now we have Chris Coulter. Chris comes down. Out the back leg he goes. His third and final sheep on the board. The blade shearing round, heat 2 of the blade shearing, and it will be a combined score from round 1 and round 2, and the competitor with the lowest score will be deemed the winner. Down and out the back leg, taking that back sock off now is Chris Coulter, leaving the sheep really good and a good spectacle there to go back to the farm. Out the back leg goes Chris there now, his third and final sheep on the board, and it's Chris Coulter it is. Stand number 1, sheep number 2, number 3, and the last third blow has gone in. Put your hands together for our blade shearers. Well done. So we'll need the blade shearers along with a couple of other people to be ready to dib up the sheep for the senior final. You're the last competition, so you'll need a couple of other people as well to tip up the sheep out the back for the senior final. Testing 1, 2. Okay, senior finalist, if you could go see Jane there at the changing room and make the draw, please. The sheep are in the pens, 10 sheep each. Just go make the draw immediately, please. Then we will be ready to introduce the judges up onto their stands and the competitors for the McGinty Construction sponsored senior final, where they will shear those 10 sheep each.
Okay, I can see John Murphy starting the pace. So we better ask our judges to come to the bottom of the stairs. Could all our judges come to the bottom of the steps, please, ready for the senior final. Okay, John, are we ready to go? We're ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. So we will invite our judges to the board, George.
Yes, judges, very welcome onto the board, and a big thank you. They've been working very hard all day and for the past 3 days. On to stand in number 6, Adrian Cloudwell. On to stand number 5, Richard Schofield. On 4 will be Tom Perry. 3 will be Finn Butler. Peter Webber, stand number 2. Colin Crowe, stand in number 1. Come on, judges, take our stands, please. And judging out the back will be John Ivor Davies and Alan Crockett, with the referee out the back, Mr. Andy Rankin. And of course, our spare judge on the board is Ian Montgomery. And our board referee is Mr. Davy O'Neill.
Okay, do we have our 6 shearers there, Jane? The names are ready. We've got the draw coming over to us, ladies and gentlemen. So please give them a very warm welcome. Are they all ready? We're ready to go then, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a warm welcome as they come up onto the stage. To stand number 6. Aaron McGee.
And on to stand at number 5, Jason McNeese.
To stand number 4, Ryan Adams.
And stand number 3 will be Sean McCollum.
To stand number 2, Andrew Ray.
And on stand number 1, it's Ellis Rees.
They have 11 sheep to shear, ladies and gentlemen, in this, the senior final. The way these boys are shearing them, they'll be just about a minute to sheep, and they will be finished. So they're just checking the tension on those handpieces, making sure that that cut will be perfect. The pressure will come on. And looking at that field, ladies and gentlemen, there will be more pressure on shearers up there today than there is on a politician on voting day. So Ellis Rees, the Welshman, Andrew Ray, the Irishman, Sean McCollum, an Irishman, Ryan Adams, an Irishman, Jason McNeese, an Irishman, and Aaron McGee, another Irishman.
And we need tippers up out the back, please. We need at least 6 out there to tip up the sheep out the back. There's 6 sheep to be tipped up in a very quick time, so we need help and support out the back. It's a team effort. Everybody needs to be involved. The judges can't judge the sheep if there's nobody out there to tip up the sheep. So please get out the back there and tip up the sheep.
Okay, we've got a thumbs up from our referee, shearers. We're going to make a start. It doesn't look like somebody's paid the TV license on stand 6. Oh, here they go. We're ready to go again. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. So here they come with the first of 11 sheep. Ladies and gentlemen, the belly wool is coming off. There is no belly wool for Aaron McGee. He's caught a screamer. He's up the neck. He's putting him under pressure now. He's flat out like a badger on a bypass. Up the neck and into the front shoulder goes Aaron McGee. Into the front shoulder, putting the pressure on the rest of the field. Ellis Reese is into the front shoulder. Andrew Ray's into the front shoulder. Sean McCollum's on the long blows. So is Ryan Adams. He steps over, up the neck and into the front shoulder is Jason McNeese. But already turning for home, like a scalded cat, is Aaron McGee as he comes down the last side. But he's going to have to keep shifting because here comes the Welshman. Ellis Reese is starting to breathe a bit of fire. Round the hind leg, in goes Aaron McGee. In goes Ellis Reese and Ryan Adams together, George.
Yes, it's all on here in the McGinty Construction sponsored senior final. Down the porthole from Sean there on stand number 3. Andrew Ray down and out the black leg on stand number 2. It's Ryan Adams. He's already out there on stand number 4. 5 is Jason McNeese putting the finishing touches into 1 there. A couple of more blows down the portholes to go. It's Aaron McGee, the Donegal man. He's already up the neck there. If Jason McNeese can get that sheep down the porthole, down she goes now, and he's out with sheep number 2. It's Aaron McGee up around the back of the head, dropping down to the first shoulder. Stand number 6 it is, being pushed all the way by Ryan Adams there. The lead might change many times in this final. 11 sheep each to shear. Sean on stand number 3. On stand 1, it's Ellis Reese. Ellis gets the turn. He's pulled the lead there at this time by a blow or 2. Ellis Reese on stand number 1. Down to the flank and out the back leg he goes now. About 2 more blows for Ellis Reese. And he'll drop that one down the porthole. And a very quick time, just around the 2 minutes gone. Being pushed all the way by Aaron McGee, Ryan Adams, Sean McCollum. Who's going to get the drop next? Very little between them. It looks like it's going to be Ryan Adams, followed by Sean, followed by Aaron, the Donegal man.
Yeah, so Ellis Reese, the Welshman, is now starting to go. Into the back leg he goes. Now he's going up the undermine, up the neck, hops Ellis Reese, who's the closest to him. Big Aaron McGee's firing those shots into the back leg and undermine. Ryan Adams is into the back leg, so too is Sean McCollum. Up the neck goes Sean, Ryan and Aaron together, but already flat tack on the long blows is Ellis Reese, the Welshman, really starting to fly. He's going to have to keep that bottom toss down though, because the rest of the field are doing a beautiful job. He gets to the turn. Ellis Reese has turned for home. Ryan Adams steps over. Sean McCollum has turned. He's chasing Ellis Reese with every blow of the handpiece, ladies and gentlemen. Ellis Reese is just out the hind leg. Sean McCollum is out the hind leg. Ellis goes in for sheep number 4 though, George.
Yes, it's all on here now. The third sheep already out on stand number 1. Ryan Adams, and it's Sean on stand number 3. Make sure you get those sheep down to porthole, shearers. And down she goes. It's Ryan Adams, Jason McNeese, Aaron McGee, the Donegal man. He's out there as well. He won't be too long getting the belly off of this one. Come on, you're too quiet out there. Get behind your favourite shearer and cheer him on. It's the big one. It's the senior final. That's it. Let us hear more of that. Jason McNeese in and out he comes with sheep number 4 onto the board. Keep those numbers right, pen men, please. But it's already Ellis Reese there, stand number 1. Up and around the back of the head he goes, drops down to the first shoulder and on into the long blow. Andrew Ray, he's into the first hind leg. Up the neck goes Sean, stand to number 3. On 4 with Ryan Adams into the first hind leg. On 5 is Jason. Stand number 6, Aaron McGee, up and around the back of the head he goes, dropping down into the first shoulder. But it's already Ellis Reese now about to get the turn. Cleans off the cheek, down to the shoulder and down the last side of sheep number 4. The 11th Sheep Senior Final. The McGinty Construction sponsored Senior Final it is. Pushing them all the way is Ryan Adams there on stand number 4. He's chasing them hard. He's coming down the last side as well. There's about 3 blows in it. Only about 2 in it now. Down, out the back leg goes Ellis Reese. Ryan Adams is there. And Ryan Adams picks up the lead on stand number 4.
Yeah, so Ryan Adams, the little ginger ninja, is starting to fly, ladies and gentlemen. He's got the belly wool off. Ellis Reese starting the belly wool. In goes Aaron McGee, the big bear up there on stand number 6. In goes Jason McNeese for sheep number 5. So too is Andrew Ray and Sean McCollum. They go in and out for sheep number 5. But already then, the little ginger ninja, Ryan Adams, is up the neck and into the front shoulder. He's starting to pump those arms, but so too is Ellis Reese. Ellis Reese has hit the turbo button. The Welshman is back in front. He's starting to stick his chin out, and it's a hell of a chin, ladies and gentlemen. Down the last side comes Ellis Reese up there on stand number 1, round that hind leg, keeping that comb going, round the top of the tail, and Ellis Reese is the first in for sheep number 6, George.
Yes, number 6 on the board there now, and away he goes. Keep those numbers right. Penman, Ryan Adams, but Jason McNeese is coming right back into the limelight now as well. On stand number 5, and it's going to be Jason McNeese there. This man can really go. He's out now with sheep number 6 on the board. Ryan Adams is in. He's going to come out with number 6 on the board, and coming down the last side is the Donegal man, Aaron McGee on stand number 6. On 2, it's Andrew Reid, the quality shearer there. Turning for home, Sean McCollum. He's on 3. Out comes Andrew. Out comes Aaron. Aaron tried to get into a closed door. It didn't work. He opened it, and out he comes now. Sheep number 6 on the board. The belly wool comes off there and goes well out from Ryan Adams. Couple of big sweeping blows up the undermine there for Jason McNeese. But it's already Ellis Reese, the Welshman, down in the long blow, about to step over with the right now, pumping in those blows. But remember, it's not necessarily the fastest competitor will be deemed the winner. It's Aaron McGee. He steps through. Out comes Sean. But stand number 1, it's all happening there. Ellis Reese, Hugh on stand number 1.
Yeah, so Ellis Reese is coming down the last side. But here comes Jason McNeese, right up his tail, ladies and gentlemen. Ellis Reese is out the hind leg. Jason McNeese is out the hind leg. Ellis Reese goes in for sheep number 7. Jason McNeese will go in for sheep number 7. Where's the ginger ninja? Ryan Adams has got to the turn. He's coming down the last side. So too is Andrew Ray. Sean McCollum's on the long blows. Aaron McGee has turned for home. But already then, the men on 1 and 5 are into the back leg. Looks like Ellis Reese is the first to hop up the neck. Into the front shoulder he goes. He's trying to hit that turbo. He'll be hoping he doesn't run out of gas. Long blow time for the Welshman. Jason McNeese is up the neck and into that first front shoulder. But already turning for home is Ellis Reese on stand number 1. He's starting to huff and puff that wool off, ladies and gentlemen. Down the last side comes Ellis Reese. Round the hind leg. One more shot and he'll be in for sheep number 8, George.
So it's 8 down on the board on stand number 1. Andrew Ray, Sean McCollum, Ryan Adams, Jason McNeese and Aaron McGee, and away to go. Pushing all the way on 5 now is Jason McNeese. Ryan Adams down into the long blows. Up the neck goes Sean. Andrew Ray down into the long blow. Into the first hind leg goes Ellis Reese there. Come on, you're far too quiet out there. Get behind your favourite Shearing, cheer him on. Come on, clap your hands, stamp your feet, make him go faster. That's it. Let us hear it from him. That's what they want to hear. The McGinty sponsored senior final. Jason McNeese down the board as he goes now. He comes out with sheep number 8 on the board. Up the neck goes Ellis Reese, Andrew Ray, Sean McCollum and Ryan Adams. The Donegal man, Aaron McGee. Down to the flank and out the back leg he goes. It's Ryan Adams now down the board. All he wants that sheep to go. She can't go down. She will go down. She's gone. Out comes Sean McCollum. He's out there. Andrew Ray, but already turning for home. Down to the last shoulder and down the last side comes Ellis Reese.
Yeah, so Ellis Reese is coming down this last side. He's still pressing that turbo button and going for gold. Round that hind leg comes Ellis Reese. One last bit of a flick and he fires her into the portal. Out he comes with sheep number 9. Jason McNeese is on the long blows of 8. Sean McCollum starting The long blows of 8 alongside Ryan Adams. Andrew Ray's up the neck on 8. Aaron McGee is up the neck on 8. But already up the neck on 9 is Ellis Reese. He's really going for gold, ladies and gentlemen. The Welshman up there, the Welsh Dragon, is starting to breathe a little bit of fire again. Long blow time for Ellis Reese. Down the last side come Sean McCollum, Ryan Adams, Jason McNeice, Aaron McGee, Andrew Ray. But the Welshman has put a sheep around him, ladies and gentlemen. Down the last side comes Ellis Reese, the Welshman. He's turned for home on 9. Into the pen goes Sean McCollum, Ryan Adams, Aaron McGee, Jason McNeice, Andrew Ray, about to go in for 9. But Ellis Reese, the Welshman, is going in for sheep number 10, George.
Yes, it is 10 out on the board now with one more left in the pen. If you want to cheer on your favourite cheerer, now is the time to start doing it. You might make the lead even change in, never know. Come on, shout, cheer, clap your hands, whatever. That's what we want to hear. And away to go. It's Andrew Ray, Sean McCollum, Ryan Adams, Jason McNeice and Aaron McGee, the Donegal man. It's Jason McNeice up the neck there. Ryan Adams drops down to the first shoulder. It's already up the neck goes the Ellis Reese there, sheep number 10. It's number 9 on the board there for Ryan Adams. Number 9 for Jason McNeice. Leading the field on 1 is Ellis Reese. Andrew Ray into the long blow. Sean McCollum, he drops down to the first shoulder. The McGinty sponsored, construction sponsored senior final. It's already Ellis Reese now. He's about to get the turn and head down the money side to the sheep. Down to the shoulder comes the Welshman, stand number 1. Andrew Ray down to the last shoulder cue. But it looks like Ellis Reese will be in for his final sheep very shortly.
Yeah, so Ellis Reese, ladies and gentlemen, puts the finishing touches to 10. Andrew Ray's gone in for 10. Sean McCollum's going in for 10. So is Jason. So is Aaron. Ryan Adams is out with 10. But Ellis Reese, the Welshman, is come out with sheep number 11. Last one on the boards for the Welshman. The belly wool comes off into the back leg. He's put him under pressure now. Look at him, he's flat out like a badger on a bypass. Up the undermine goes Ellis Reese, really pulling away from the rest of the field. Ryan Adams is sticking to him. The Ginger Ninja, he's trying for gold as well. Ryan Adams is turned for home. He's coming down the last side alongside Andrew Ray. They're really sticking to it now, but already turning for home. On the last sheep, ladies and gentlemen, is Ellis Reese, the Welshman. He's turned for home. He's coming underneath the front leg. Ryan Adams goes in for 11. But the Welshman, Ellis Reese, is putting the finishing touches. One more tickle round the tail. And out goes the Welshman, Ellis Reese, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, and out comes Andrew Ray now. Wood number 10 on the board. Sean McCollum turns down the last side. Ryan Adams there with his 11th and final sheep. Out the back leg at 10 goes Jason McNeice, the Donegal man. Aaron McGee, he'll be in for his 11th and final sheep very, very shortly as well. Jason McNeice now out the back leg. He heads in for sheep number 11. But it's already up the neck there for Ryan Adams, your own man. He drops down to the first shoulder, down into the long blow. And Andrew Ray is coming back with every blow there. The man on stand number 2. Out comes Sean. This is going to be another great finish here on this 11th and final sheep on the board. Andrew Ray down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. There's a real battle with Andrew on stand number 4. Ryan Adams down to the flank to go and out the back leg.
So the birthday boy, ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Adams. It's his birthday today. He puts the finishing touches. Out goes Ryan Adams.
Up the neck goes Sean McCollum, down in the long blow. Jason McNeice and Aaron McGee, they have a battle. But it's Jason McNeice gets the turn down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Down in the long blows, Aaron McGee, the Donegal man. Right there with him, Sean McCollum on 3. Who's it going to be? Jason McNeice on 5. Down to the flank and out the back leg goes Jason. 1, 2, 3 more blows. He'll push the button. Put your hands together for Jason McNeice. Aaron McGee, the Donegal man, blow for blow with Sean McCollum. We have another battle here on stands 3 and 6 at the moment. Who's it going to be? Down to go, down to the flank and out the back leg. Is it going to be Sean or Aaron? It looks like the Donegal man is going to get there. Aaron McGee, is it? And they finish together there. Put your hands together for the senior finalist. Well done.
They fought like dogs on the board, and the first thing they do is shake hands, ladies and gentlemen. Give another big round of applause to our senior finalists. So if you've watched the finals, don't go too far away, ladies and gentlemen. We've just shown off the last of our sheep, and we will be setting up for the presentations. The presentations should take place very, very quickly. Jane is very efficient. She'll have it all ready to go. So don't go too far away. We've seen some fantastic shearing here today. We've seen world team members that will be going to the World Championships. And not just the local countries, we've had a Chilean representative as well, so great to see him over. And we'll see you at the World Championships. So don't go too far away. The presentations will take place very, very quickly, and that will then conclude the operations here today. And we will be back bright and early tomorrow morning. We've got another fantastic lineup. We've got wool handling, open shearing, so it'll be well worth coming back to the Morris McGahey stand to see some more terrific entertainment. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the business end of the day here on the Morris McGahey stand at the Royal Ulster Shears. The first competition we will be presenting will be the Royal Ulster Lady Shearing Championship, and this has been sponsored by Lister Shearing, so it now gives me great pleasure to invite Mr. David John, who is a very familiar face, back up onto the boards on behalf of Lister, and he's going to say a few words.
Thank you, Hugh. There was no option there, was there? No. Thank you. Well, what an afternoon shearing. And the ladies, I'll pick on them first. Amazing. Well done for standing up here and doing it. It's quite brave to get up here with everything that goes on. And from a Lister's point of view, we always want to encourage young people, and especially ladies, to move into the shearing world. There's a lot of travelling to be done, a lot of enjoyment to be taken out of it. So we want to be part of that, and we'd like to encourage them. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you for the continued support and the gear expertise, keeping the machines running smoothly. The winner of this will receive a Lister Scorpion handpiece and a comb, which is a great prize. So could I invite the lady shearers to come up onto the boards, please? The ladies finalists, could they come up onto the boards, please? I can see 3, 4 of them coming. As I said in commentary, 2 of these competitors were cajoled and bullied into this by Jane. Encouraged and supported, rather, by Jane to come up onto the boards. And in fourth place, receiving £40, a Lister gear towel, Madison Rafferty. In third place, receiving £60 and a Lister gear towel, Rosie Keenan. The runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, receives £100, a Lister gear bag, Katie Reid. And the winner of the Royal Ulster Lady Shearing Championship, receiving £150, the Lister handpiece and a comb, all the way from New Zealand, Alice Watson. Alice, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, thanks for putting on such a good day, for all the sponsors and competitors and the help out the back. Good stuff.
Well done, Alice, and to all our finalists. So they'll come for their photograph now. This will be going straight onto the internet. I'm sure you all know that the Nissa page and England Shearing, they will all be putting these pictures up onto Facebook. And this has been live streamed as well on YouTube, so the shearing world has gone worldwide. So while they have their photograph taken, could I ask the open blade shearers to be ready at the side of the stage? I'll just wait for the boss to come back. So we'll now move on to the Royal Ulster Open Blade Championship. This was sponsored by Lucky Day Competitions, and I would like to invite Sammy Fegan, the MD, to come up onto the stage. The winner will receive the Walter Hoy Memorial Trophy, and I would like to invite Mrs. Norma Hoy to the stage as well to present the prizes.
Hello. Hi, we're delighted to be sponsoring the blade shearing competition. If you don't know me, I'm Sammy from Lucky Day Competitions. If you don't know Lucky Day Competitions, we've so far given away over £30 million worth of prizes to people all over the UK and Ireland. And we happen to be giving away a sheep run with a John Deere Gator tonight. So if you want, you can hop onto our website, luckydaycompetitions.com, grab yourself a ticket, and I could be calling you at 11 o'clock tonight to tell you you're the lucky winner. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to introduce Mrs. Norma Hoy to say a few words.
I would like to present this trophy on behalf of my late husband, who had many great hours in this shearing shed, and it's a great pleasure to present it to the Royal Ulster Agricultural Society Sheep Shearing.
Could I ask the 4 finalists to come up onto the boards, please? The blade finalists. There's 3 of them. Where's the other one? He's probably away doing his hair. I think he's gone for a shower. I don't know what the hell John Murphy was doing then. Does anybody know if he's on the way? Brendan's away to look. He's a brave man. Come on, Sam. Hurry up. Is he coming? Has he got shampoo in his eyes, is he? Does anybody know where Sam McConnell is? He is in the shower. Well, we'll have to carry on without him then. Because we don't want him up on the board in a towel. In 4th place, receiving £65, Chris Coulter. In 3rd position, receiving £85, Seamus Kelly. The runner-up receives £125, which can go into the commentators' fund. Sam McConnell. So the Royal Ulster Open Blade champion, ladies and gentlemen, receiving £175. The winner of the Walter Hoy Memorial Trophy, Andrew Mudge. Andrew knows the drill. He can come and say a few words now.
Thanks, Hugh. Just like to say a big thank you to the crowd. The support today has been tremendous. A lot of work goes into these shows, so the organisers deserve a big round of applause today. Big thanks to the judges. It's a long day for them as well, so thanks to the judges and the suppliers of the sheep today. Great line of sheep. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Andrew. We'll wait. Oh, here he comes. So the runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, just fresh out the shower, is Sam McConnell. So whilst we've got the MD on the stage, so again, it gives great pleasure to ask Sammy from Lucky Day Competitions to stay on the stage, and we'll do the Royal Ulster National Blade Championship. And you've probably worked it out, but in third position, receiving £50, is Chris Coulter. The runner-up will receive £75, a Northern Ireland team member for the Six Nations Blade Championships, as well as being a team member for the World Championships, Seamus Kelly. And the winner of the Royal Ulster National Blade Championship, once again receiving £100, Northern Ireland team member for the Six Nations Blades, and will be representing Northern Ireland at the Worlds, Sam McConnell. Sam, would you like to say a few words? You still drip drying.
I was about to run with the towel. I thought it wouldn't have been a good idea. No, thanks to everybody that helps out backstage and the judges and the men that supply the sheep. It's a very well organised competition and it takes all the help we can get. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Sam. So thank you to our sponsors. So if you fancy winning prizes, go on to the Lucky Day website. They're all praying to win, they are. Thank you, Sammy. We'll see you next year. Thank you very much. So our final presentation, and ladies and gentlemen, so we have one set of results still to give, ladies and gentlemen. The Royal Ulster Senior Sheep Shearing Championship, sponsored by McKinty Construction. It sounds like we have a representative in. And I'm going to invite Mr. Gerard Kelly on Darren's behalf to come up onto the stage. And also Margaret Allen from Moira Cross Country to come up once again. You're presenting a prize for the quality prize. It's all right, Margaret, I won't ask you to talk. And also, is Mr. Wallace Boyd around as well, please? Would you look? Oh no. I should have spotted you there. I could see the glare coming off the top. So as I said, the Royal Ulster has been sponsored by McKinty Construction. Moira Cross Country and Schooling Gallops will present a £100 quality prize for the best pen of shorn sheep in the final. The results will contribute to the Nissa sheep shearing circuit. And once again, we'd like to thank Lister Shearing for the provision of shearing machines. I know David John is still here, and the equipment for the competition, the shearing vests and t-shirts. So once again, thank you to Lister. Could I ask these 6 senior shearers to come up onto the boards, please? The 6 finalists. In 6th position, receiving £30, Ryan Adams. And I believe it's his birthday today as well. He kept that quiet. So happy birthday as well, Ryan. In 5th position, receiving £40, Sean McCollum. In 4th position, receiving £50, Aaron McGee. In 3rd position, receiving £70, Jason McNeese. So separating these 2 senior shearers, there is a point, which is very, very close, ladies and gentlemen. In 2nd position, our runner-up receiving £100, also receiving the quality prize for the best pen of shorn sheep of £100, Andrew Ray. So that means that our senior shearing champion, receiving £150 and the Wallace Boyd Trophy, all the way from Wales, Ellis Rees. He's got a few supporters in the crowd. Congratulations, Ellis. You had to do it, didn't you, with Derry winning yesterday?
Yeah, thank you, Hugh. Thanks to all the organisers, thanks to sponsors, thanks to Derry in my pen, you know, talking to me. Thanks to Heaven, even though he's gone home before having a pint. And yeah, thank you everyone, great show, we'll be back next year.
Congratulations, Ellis. Go over for your photograph. So thank you very much once again to all our sponsors, to all the committee, to all the helpers, the timekeepers, the wool handlers, the scorers, everybody out the back, the farmers for the sheep. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. We have more fantastic competitions with the open shearing and the wool handling. So don't go too far away tomorrow. A safe journey home, and we'll see you bright and early in the morning. Thank you very much.
I have another important announcement to make with the lady here, and it's her birthday today. So happy birthday, Nikki.